Hello and welcome racing fans to the rainy Bitenik racetrack in Riga, Latvia. Well, some things never change, Arturs. And WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. Now, I would assume that WashCar kind of means water. So the good news is that all the cars will be clean and shiny today, right?
Yeah, with a bit of mud, some here and there, as the people or the drivers usually like to go a bit off track during these conditions. But yeah, it is what it is, and I'm sure it will mean more action for the drivers. It will mean more action for us as spectators as well. And if you are in the grandstands, then it doesn't matter if it rains or the sun shines, because you are under the roof and you have the big screen and you will see everything. And yeah, what we have today? We have today the historic Formulas Race 1 coming up in just a few minutes. From pole position, we have Raitis Mūrnieks, who completes a Latvian front row lockout in the Formula Historic Championship. Raitis Mūrnieks and Andris Griķis on the front row. So that's good from a Latvian perspective, and I think the quali went in the wet conditions as well, so they are used already to that, and it should be a fun race. After that, we will have a small lunch break around 25-30 minutes, something like that, and then we will continue with the Lithuanian Championship Race 1, and then of course the race that we have been waiting for, not only from yesterday or this week, already a few weeks. We know what stars there will be on the grid. So the Nankang Endurance Academy and Hankook Endurance Challenge 2-hour race will be happening at 3:20 approximately.
Yes, exactly, and of course, one thing I wanna point out is that to race in these conditions with the open wheelers and the formulas is another challenge by itself. But the thing I like the most right now is look at the start grid, and we have 15 formulas. I don't really remember the last time, Arturs, we've had so many formulas out there in the racetrack, and this is definitely gonna be a fantastic show for all of the spectators. Of course, wherever you're watching, shout out to all the fans, motorsport fans all around the world behind the TV screens, and of course to those brave fans that are out here in the Bitenik grandstands witnessing the Riga Summer Race, WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025 edition. What has been actually so far an incredible show. Yesterday, day one, was just unbelievable. In each of the categories, there were so many battles and good races going on. And I think this day will not be different in any way, especially the 2-hour race.
Yeah, exactly. We have from pole position Martin Sasks, the WRC star, and together with circuit racing driver Artur Šimin, starting from pole position. But as we have spoken before, a lot of other stars from other disciplines there. Kristaps Bluš and Nicholas Bertāns from, yes, some Latvian drift legends already on the grid as well. They had an eventful qualifying, but they will be on the grid, and we have some rally drivers, etc., etc. So it will be a blast to watch these 20+ teams going all into through 2 hours, and yeah, on these conditions it will be really tricky and eventful, and I think, yeah, these teams that will survive will get on the podium in the end.
Yes, for sure, and we can see all the formulas are equipped with the wet rain tires, of course. Let's see if we can have a chat with Raitis. He's in the pole position right now. Raitis, good afternoon to you. Well, it looks like tricky conditions, but tell me, do you feel comfortable on wet tarmac?
Yeah, I like the wet conditions.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, that must feel good. Obviously, you did a good quali, actually a really good one. You were 1.8 almost faster than Andris Griķis. You felt confident out there?
Yeah, I felt good. The tires felt good, and yeah, just looking forward to it.
And obviously, with all the rain and everything going on, I think the best position to be is in front of the pack, not to have all the water coming towards you. You intend to keep it that way and stay in the front.
Yeah, that's the aim.
That's the game plan.
That's the game plan.
All right, it's best of luck. All right, that's a good game plan if you ask me, of course. But we can't really exclude rest of the pack. They will be willing to fight this one out. So make sure you stay tuned wherever you're watching. This is WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025, day 2. Let's rock and roll.
And here we go. All single seaters. How many do we have them? 14, I guess. Number 56, Ireneusz Mokritsky, is the last one on the grid, and unfortunately Latvian single-seater legend Ildunis Rukuts is not going to start. And here is the starting grid. 2 Latvians in the front row, then David Poke from Poland and Jakul from Estonia in second row, and so on and so on. There are 3 categories, Formula Easter, actually it should be Eastern, but somehow that N letter has dropped away from the end. Formula Easter is 1.3 liter engines, Formula Mondial is 1.6, and Formula Open, the others. What we have here from Formula Open, we have, for example, a 10-year-old Formula 4 car driven by Finnish driver Nestor Virdala. And then we should have Ildunis Rukuts actually entered 2-liter Formula Renault, but he's not on the track. And then we have, of course, Rob Moores, who is driving very historic Chevron, this yellow car from 1977. And the first driver of that car, if you know something about Formula One history, Derek Daly was the first driver of that car. And Rob Moores bought it 1 year later. So he has been the owner of that car almost for 50 years. But as you can see, track is completely soaked now. Raitis Murdnieks is driving over the bridge corner, which is one of the trickiest on the track, and there is some standing water. Of course, single-seaters had their qualification earlier in the morning, so they more or less know what is the conditions on the track, but with wet weather the conditions are never the same. They are changing all the time, be it cars on the track or not. But everybody is trying to warm up their tires. Single-seaters, of course, will have a standing start, and their race duration will be 15 minutes. And 2 Formula Mondial, actually, how many? 5 Formula Mondial drivers are occupying the top 5 positions, and the best of the rest is Nestor Virdala, number 28. In his Formula Open, actually Formula 4 Tattoos, who is about 1400cc turbocharged engine. He's starting from 6th, but make no mistake, that car is very fast. Yesterday, when drivers took their first practice session on the more or less dry track, then Virdala was comfortably the fastest, but now the rain has started again. You can see on your TV screens as well that the rain is falling, so it means track will be even more wet than it currently is. And of course all the cars are on rain tires, which certainly help, but first of all you have to warm up them properly to get the grip they can give you, and everybody must be very cautious. Of course, we heard how Raitis Murdnieks, the poleman, said that his game plan is to stay in the lead. It means he will have best view, no spray that will distract all the others behind him. Now let's see almost all the cars, and Ireneusz Mokrzycki in number 56 Promot is in his place as well. Green flag, 5-second board. Everything's ready for the start. 3, 4, 5. And here we go. And Jakul had really terrible start, but I think it was Marko Matic who jumped. Yes, Marko Matic on the left side of your screens had a really good start from 9th, but Murdnieks in front of Grigis is the top 3, and I think it's Jakul in 3rd, despite having quite a torrid getaway. And Nestor Virdala has gained also some positions, but there are already yellow flags out. turn 3. Actually, turn 2A, but then there is green, so everybody can run free here already. First time over the bridge, and you see how large the gaps already are. And Virdala is all over cool and going for it into the hospital turn. There is change of track surface here, and Virdala almost lost it. Went too fast into the turn, and Cool retook the position. But certainly writing is on the wall that Virdala is much faster. Then there is Marko Metic in 5th, and I think it is Rob Moores who is 6th currently. Time through Motor Museum, and Raitis Murniak should be on the main straight already after lap 1. Yes, he crosses the line, and Andres Greek is in 2nd, and the gap is huge already after one single lap, which of course is not any miracle. 4 seconds, even more, 4.6 seconds. Virdala chasing Cool, but he probably thought better. And there is Rob Moores defending. No more, because Ein Lächer went past. And there is David Bocquet, next one, who wants to take a place away from the Englishman. And I see the fastest of Formula Eastern cars of Sten Subar. Yes, number 57, Estonia 23, very unique car. He's also there, so Moore has lost 2 positions. And Bocquet is also very fast here. I actually expect him to catch Lächer, but Lächer in meantime has caught Matic. So number 1 and 2 now together, and Bocquet, number 48, closing in as well as they approach the cinema turn. Yes, 3 cars together, all Estonia 35s. Murniak meanwhile has completed 2 laps, and what the timing shows us, the gap is huge, almost 8 seconds after, and Matic is taking the inside line. It means that both Lächer and Bocquet are passing him quite easily. Yeah, Matic, I think has been very cautious, just trying to keep the car on the track and reach the finish. Then it will be seen what the position will be. But yes, main thing, if you want to finish first, you have to finish first. You first have to finish, and that's the saying. So caution, caution, caution first, and Bocquet now is all over Lächer. They are fighting for 5th. And Cool has let Virdala can't keep Cool's pace anymore. Now Bocquet jumping out of the slipstream. But that's it. And having a little slide through hospital certainly didn't help his case. But look how far back Matic already is, and I think that Moores and Subban are closing into him as well. And yeah, here is the fight between Lächer and Bocquet. Very different lines through the penultimate turn. Now the final turn, Sailor. Lächer is still front, but has a slide exiting onto the main straight. Can Bocquet use it? Looks like he can't, but his top speed is maybe a little bit better, but nonetheless, Bocquet stayed behind. Tried to go inside into elbow turn, but still Lähker remained in front. So there is huge battle, and they must be really careful not to losing their car on the very wet track. Especially this part of track between elbow and bridge seems to be soaked with a lot of standing water. Meanwhile, leaders have completed 3 laps already, and Murniak's lead over Greekis is more than 10 seconds now. And looking down the timing, we can tell you that Moors and Subban are also more or less together, as are these two. But Bokeh now goes to the inside after Cinema. Can he jump Lähker into the motor museum? Yes, he could. So David Bokeh has gained 1 place over Ain Lähker, and he is now in 5th, but I really doubt if he can catch the car in front, that of Nestor Virdala, in the remaining 8 minutes, because the gap is, you will see it in few seconds, more than 8 seconds. But let's see, comparing the lap times, Virdala has been about 2 seconds slower, so per lap. And for sure Bokeh was suffering a little bit because Lähker was in front of him, and Polish driver couldn't put in his full speed. Now let's see if Virdala can. And here are Moors and Subban. They are from different categories. Moors from Open and Subban from Eastern. Very lonely Marko Matic here. The first cars are already being lapped. Leader Raitis Murniaks just completed his lap 5, and Andres Krikis was also flashing there in the background, but he's now already 15 seconds and behind, and Jakul has caught him, and it certainly means that Krikis has had some off-track excursion meanwhile. Kalev Normik number 88. He was lapped as well by the leader, Raitis Murniaks here. Number 69 Murniaks. Overwhelming lead. More than 15 seconds. Nobody can get even close to him. The main task for Murniaks is now to stay on the tarmac, not to make any mistakes. But what has happened behind, Bokeh really is faster. This time he gained almost 3 seconds compared to Virdala, so he's closing into 4th. This is again number 88, Kalev Normik. He's one of the backmarkers. Not that backmarker, because having 14 cars and being 10th of them, and he should be... Yeah, he's second in Formula Eastern, not so we can't call him actually a backmarker. But this is the leader, completed 6 laps just. And now Kuul is in front of Greekis already. So Jakul has taken 2nd place and pushed Andres Greekis to 3rd. We didn't see what happened to Greekis, but he has suddenly lost his pace. And Bokeh has almost caught Virdala already. Just 1.4 seconds between them. And I'm almost sure that during this lap they will swap positions. Hopefully we can see this is 2nd place, Jakul, this is Andres Krikis in 3rd. Then in that spray there must be somewhere Nestor Virdala. Here he comes, and David Boke is just maybe some 30-40 meters behind him. 4 minutes to go, and it means that Boke certainly has a chance to jump Virdala. Taking rain lines, not the ideal racing line on the outside. Under braking, well, it probably is slippery. Boke is closing into the Finnish driver. And if you had to bet, I think to bet on Virdala at this moment is not a good idea. Okay, is now all over him, and is he going to jump the Finnish driver even before the main straight? Probably not. Yeah, patience is a good idea here. There is another car in front of them, that of Hartmut Heidecke, and they are overtaking him from different sides. It probably played a little bit into the hands of Virdala. There is another slower car, actually another two slower cars even in front of them. Certainly Boke lost out here a little bit while they are overtaking those backmarkers. Blue flag has been shown, but anyway, on this track. Oh, now Boke has a chance. Oh, he goes to the outside. Oh, that was a really, whoa, what a moment this was. But David Boke kept the pedal on the floor and survived this moment on the grass. Of course, the driver in front didn't know from which side Boke will arrive, and now he overtakes with a nice slide out of Hospital Turn, and David Boke takes fourth away from Nestor Virdala. What a lap was this! Quite an adventure for David Boke. But he survived, and more than that, gained one more position. Meanwhile, just 2 minutes remaining, and Raitis Murnieks now leading by 24 seconds over Jakul and by 28 over Andris Kriikis. This man, David Boke, number 48, is currently fourth, but he is best part of 40 seconds behind the leader. And Nestor Virdala is fifth. Oh, Boke losing already almost minute to Murnieks, and they have completed just 8 laps, so it was of course expected that the gaps on wet track will be large, but the fact they are that large, I'm not sure anybody could expect it. And Jakul moving, sorry, this is Kalev Normik, is moving towards second place in Formula Eastern. His car is very similar to Jakul's, and even the number 80 and number 88. Meanwhile, we can now certainly say that Raitis Murnieks just started his final lap. Less than 1 minute remains from the 15 minute of duration. And Rob Bulls have kept Sten Subban at bay for the whole race. But here goes the leader. Not yet the winner, not yet the winner. But the question is, looking at the lap times, probably the gap will not be over half a minute. Last time around, Murnieks and Kuhl lap times were separated by just 0.2 seconds. 0.2 seconds. And yes, final lap now you can see from the screen graphics as well. Final lap is underway. Just 2 more turns remain, and then Murnieks will cross the line as the winner. And yes, Raitis Murnieks has Murnieks has won the first race for historic single-seaters. Jakul should come as a second. He hasn't crossed the line yet. Now Kuhl takes second, 28 seconds behind the winner, and Andres Krikis arrives home in third. While this car, number 57, Estonia 23 of Sten Suban, brought his driver to victory in Formula Eastern. Nestor Virdala should be the winner. Yes, he will be the winner in Formula Open, but he's yet to arrive to the finish. Taavi Kokte takes fourth overall, and Virdala should be the next one to cross the line. And here he comes, together with Nurmik, who is lapped down, and there are still, this is still a race going on for the lower positions. Raul Aarma, Valeris Urbans and Hartmut Heidicke. Still 3 cars out on the track fighting for the positions. All 3 together, Urbans in front of Aarma, and Heidicke's arm also jumped Aarma's dying car on the final meters. So that was it. Raitis Murnieks, Jakul, Andres Krikis, top 3, and all the other 11 drivers behind them. Now, for next, we will have a lunch break. The action started already very early in the morning today, so all drivers and all the people at the track have earned their lunch. And then at 14:20 we will continue with Lithuanian Touring Car B League, and then the main event of today, 2-hour endurance race. Stay with us or rejoin us after several minutes. We are starting at about 13:10. Sorry, 14:20, because it's 13:55 already. So 14:20 is the start for Lithuanian Touring Cars Class B.
All right, guys, here we are in the Parc Fermé after formal historic race number 1 in the WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025, and Raitis Murnieks is like right beside us, happy and smiling. Of course, come over here. We want to chat with you. Now, obviously, you told us the game plan was to stay in the front, right? Congratulations on a fantastic performance out there. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I felt so. I felt brilliant, and the tires are amazing, and so I just kept the pace. I didn't push, and it turned out to be good.
Yeah, you didn't saw any of the action behind you. Obviously, there were some battles going on, but talk us through the slippery conditions. Bitonik racetrack is a challenge by itself already, even in dry conditions. This must be a smooth ride for you. You really well with the rain tires and rain.
Yeah, I like the rain conditions, and I like this track is the best, because one mistake is it's over. It's not like Parno, you're just going grass, it's over. And that's why I like this race, yes.
All right. What's the game plan in the second race? Probably the same. You set the fastest lap time as well, so that means you're going to be starting from pole position.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was managing the pace. I was not pushing, so didn't do anything stupid, and just copy-paste.
All right, super, right? Is best of luck in the second race. We'll see you on the start grid. Oh, Andres. Well, yesterday Andres was really busy. His hands were really busy, also involved in organizing the WashCar Riga Summer Race. Now, today is a different story. You are racing out there, and I know that you had some issues with the car yesterday. There was a huge list for the mechanics to sort out. Does it work better than it was before?
Yeah, it's working perfectly, and I'm happy to be the first with Pirellis. So yeah, the tire choice and play the game today. Of course, the weather is for everyone is the same, but I see that those makes are a bit faster than me.
You mean the Michelin ones?
I didn't mention this.
All right, jokes aside, obviously we saw the start. It was quite okay, smooth start. You were a solid P2, but Jakul had different plans about that.
Yeah, and some, of course, we have one thing which is good. We have very many drivers and very different speeds, and of course some backmarkers, blue flags, no blue flags. So yeah, it played the game. But hats off to the veteran Jak. He's a real fox and legend.
Definitely is. Thank you, Andres. See you in the next race. Jak is there with us. Jak, let's have a chat. Fantastic race. Congratulations. Solid second place. And obviously, what a show. Perfect show for us spectators.
Yeah, it's my weather.
You like rain?
Yes, of course.
Then it's perfect, because everyone else says, oh, that's too much rain, slippery and everything.
It's much better for engine, not so hot temperature.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just, if you had good tires, then good place will be.
Overall, you happy to be back in Biturnica? Because we are definitely enjoying this. So many drivers out there with formulas this weekend. It's super.
Yes, I not drive here some years, but today was first start after the Sabbath.
Right. We are happy to have you here. See you in the second race. All right, guys, that's done and dusted. The first race of the Formula Historic in WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025 is done. We are now having a small lunch break, obviously, and we'll be back with some more action to come. There's a lot of racing today, of course, and the conditions, ever-changing conditions in Riga, Latvia, do not disappoint. So make sure you stay tuned. Now it's time to make some tea, some sandwiches, and we'll continue with the next races. Well, I'm pretty sure within a half an hour for sure we have the Lithuanian race coming up, and then we will be following the 2-hour endurance race.
This is Yauda, powering the Baltics for over 60 years. From high-voltage substations to precision metalworks, we bring speed, energy, and unstoppable power. Our CE-certified solutions keep industries moving and cities alive across Latvia and Europe. Yauda, power that drives the future.
Kad sportā iestājas klusums, tas nozīmē tikai vienu – gatavojies negaisam.
Caur sīderāba virzi gāju, nezāriņa nenolauzu.
Sports atgriežas mājās. 1-1 LV.
Netīrs auto un nav laika, lai salons un virsbūve spīd kā jauni. WashCar, mēs tīram auto tur, kur tu esi. Mājās, darbā vai sporta zālē, pasūti WashCar aplikācijā un baudi tīrību.
So we had a really shortened lunch break here at Sunday in Riga Summer Race, WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. We see the grid is still empty, but the cars will be going out of the pit lane in just a few seconds. We will have the Lithuanian Championship, the Lithuanian Touring Car Championship coming up. 15 cars on the grid, so different classes of course, but still everybody fighting on the track on one place, and I see the light is green. So I think the fights should be quite fun. First time we have this Lithuanian Championship presented by Ring Challenge here in Bitynėki. So can't wait to see how the fights will play out. And yeah, we have, I would say, 14 Lithuanians and one Latvian on the grid. Kristians Oskerko has been driving in the past few years in the Baltic Touring Car Championship in BMW 325 Cup class. And yeah, really fighting for the podium places and spaces. And right now, everybody is getting ready, going out of the grid. We have our beautiful grid girls. We can show them, as they're quite more beautiful than me, so let's focus on them. And they're getting in their right spots as well. Yeah, Baltic Touring Car Championship and grid girls, BATCC grid girls here on the grid, getting to their right positions, and the drivers will be getting to their right positions as well. Still, we see quite damp is the track, and it's quite slippery. So yeah, not the greatest conditions, maybe we could say, for the drivers, but for us spectators, as I said previously, it will be much more action on the track, because on the dry line, I won't say everybody is fast in the dry, but it is easier to be fast on the dry because the conditions are really predictable. You know, you have been driving that for a lot of laps. You have been prepared where to brake, where it will be grippy, where we will have yeah, the right grip, and right now it's much more unpredictable. You have to feel the track, you have to feel the car, you have to feel everything much more. Well, yeah, heighten your senses, we could say it like that, and try to find the grip, as it's still a bit drizzling right now outside. And we see a lot of spectators already in the grandstands again, and the first cars, the safety car is coming up here. But yeah, all the cars are right now going out of the pit lane. Yeah, WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025, second day. As we said previously yesterday, really intense battles we had in the sprint races, in the sprint classes. And right now we will have for sure intense battles in the wet here with the Lithuanian Championship. What next today? We will have next coming up the big thing that we've been waiting for, the 2-hour endurance race, Hankook Endurance Challenge and Nankang Endurance Academy, both going together, more than 20 cars on the grid, I think 23, 24, from all the three Baltic countries, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, and some really big names there on the grid, especially from Latvia, from other disciplines like from rally. We will have, yeah, I'm standing here on the number 1 spot, but some car will come there eventually. But yeah, we have Martin Sasks, the WRC driver star, going together with Artur Šimins with Lamborghini. But we will get to the 2-hour race a little bit later. Right now we see the first cars are coming up. Finally they have done their formation lap or reconnaissance lap to the grid, and will be getting in their right spots. As I said previously, 15 cars should be on the grid, and as we have the safety car, that means we will have, I'm sure, a rolling start at this moment for this Lithuanian Championship. We see a lot of BMWs, but still we have some interesting cars as well. Let's wait to see who will be on P1. This is P2. Lukas Samulionis with a BMW E46 Compact, Lithuanian driver. Yeah, we have to switch off the engines, so that's mandatory always. Maybe let's try to see. Oh, don't mess up the grid, girls, please, cameraman. Okay, we move on to the next places as we're waiting for still for the P1. Karolis Bledis is on P1. I think he's driving an Audi S4, a really beautiful car. But here from P3 we have Arnoldas Pukis, another BMW E46 compact, and they have their license number, so it's street legal, right? Oh, cool! In Lithuania you can drive with your. Okay, you can drive in, with the roll cage, and yeah, 2 seats. Of course, it's street legal. What I'm thinking about, and every of these compacts have their license plates. So, yeah, Lithuania, a great country, always coming up with nice stuff, and yeah, everybody has license plate on their cars. So this is from a number P4, Eigintas Aleksandravičius, really beautiful liveried car. Eigintas is ready to rock as well in this first Lithuanian Championship race. And yeah, a lot of new faces that we don't usually see in the Baltic Championship, but one face we usually have seen, and that is Krišjāns Oskerko with his good old BMW 90 BMW 325 Cup car. And I think it's the first start this season for Krišjāns. So Krišjāns, how are you feeling before your first race this year?
No, hopefully I'm not rusty. Yeah. No, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, it's wet, Bitarnieki, and a lot of unknown to me drivers. But no, I trust that everything will be good and pretty fun.
I think you're starting P1 from your class or not? What have you seen the grid, everything?
Yeah, I am P1 in my class. The guys in front of me and actually one behind me is a little faster class. No, not a little, I think. Yeah. These are some fast E46 compacts, and guys are driving good. But yeah, no. Let's see what I can do.
I wanted to say, in the wet conditions, the power isn't so important, and you know this track inside out. So, what's your goal? Maybe to fight with these feisty compacts?
The goal for me is not to get slowed down in the corners and try to keep my position in the straights against the more powerful guys. Okay,
good luck with that, and yeah, entertain us.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try.
So, Krišjāns Oskerko, a really well-known name in the Baltic Touring Car Championship 325 Cup. Not racing this year, but he grabbed this opportunity to have some fun with his good old 325 Cup car against a bit, he said, more powerful, more faster cars maybe. And we still have these compacts. He said they're a little bit more powerful. As Oskerko's car has 2.5 liters. I assume these compacts are all with the 3-liter engines, and we see a few more compacts here and there. So Krišjāns is overall starting from P5, Mindaugas Dereska, with his beautiful blue BMW, and we see from the number license plate as well, it's a 3-liter. You don't put 330 on your car if it's not a 330. So for sure, Mindaugas Dereska driving a 3-liter car. And here comes the pole setter, Audi S4. Karolis Bledis is the pole setter. Let's everything all right. I helped not to snap off that door. We can quickly look at other cars that we have here. It's with number 35. It's Dovydas Jakstas, Seat Leon Cupra, I suppose. Another different car here, and I'm sure fighting within his class. Another Golf right beside him with number 77. Let's check out the next car, Martinas Kudakas there. As we have still a few minutes till the formation laps. Yeah, good old Golf 5. Really, I wouldn't say old school, but classic choice for racing. And then we have a beautiful BMW 4 Series with number 31. That's Ovidius Latoza coming up as well, as we have a few more cars then coming. But yeah, Ovidius, really beautiful car. Keep it up. And let's go. We have 1 minute left, so we will leave the track. And let's go back to Thomas, the commentator, and enjoy this Lithuanian Championship.
Yes, it's Lithuanian Championship, LTCCB, but it's also called League B, basically amateur competition, more or less, or if you see the cars on the track and their speed later, then maybe they are not that amateur. But yes, several cars has number plates in position, so they are more or less street legal. But talking about qualification, Karolis Bleedis, who is starting from pole position, was no more or less than 9.5 seconds faster than the cars in two next cars, number 8 Lukas Samulionis and number 1 Arnoldas Pukis, who are starting from second and third. Then Egitas Aleksandravicius in fourth was 4 more seconds slower, and after him the gaps are more like what we have used to in other classes. And Krišjānis Oskerko, the sole non-Lithuanian in this race, starting from fifth. It's as Artur told, he knows this track inside out, and it certainly helps, especially in these conditions. Rain, I think, is not falling at the moment, but it can restart in any moment, and it means that track conditions will change. And there is hospital turn here, a lot of standing water. They will have a rolling start after 2 laps. No, it's not yet hospital, it's turn 3 general. But the fact remains that the track is soaked. A lot of standing water in many places, so you must be very, very careful. And talking about amateurs, number 55 car will start later in 2 hours as well, but due to the fact they didn't take part in qualification, they will start from the last position, 24th. But it will be interesting to see what they can manage that. And there is track car stopping for a moment before the bridge. There probably was some debris on the track. Windscreen wipers on all cars. And talking about classes, Bleedis in his Audi S4 is the sole competitor in GT class. Then RB3000, which tells us about the displacement of 3 liter. There are lots of those cars, second, third and fourth and sixth. Lukas Samulionis, Arnoldas Pukis, Egitas Aleksandravicius and Mindaugas Tereška, all from that class. Then Krišjānis Oskerko was in qualification the fastest in BMW 2500. And there are 2 more cars, Aurimas Urbanavičius and Saulis Jonaitis in this class, but they are starting further down the road from 11th and 12th. And then there are 5 Turbo Trophy cars. Again, you can see this Seat Leon, several Seat Leons, several Volkswagen Golfs. And that's it. Actually, according to the regulations, there are 7 classes in SDCCB, but they are all not represented here. And yes, Ovidius Latoja, which Artur's mentioned in the nice BMW M4, is also BMW 4th Series, is also Turbo Trophy from Turbo Trophy category. So yeah, it's for all of us, it's quite difficult to follow because we haven't seen those cars before. Just a few names are familiar. Of course, the regulations are more or less the same. The one who is fastest will win, and so on and so on. Not very specific rules here. And now as the peloton arrives into the hospital turn, the grid starts to form from here on, 2 by 2. And we should have 15 cars. Yes, 15 cars participated in qualification. 16 were entered, but unfortunately Mindaugas Edukas, another GT category driver, is not here. Of course, according to the qualification, ladies should simply run away from all the others. There's no question about it. There's even no reason to try and keep his pace, try to keep his pace. It's a hopeless business. But you have to be side by side on the grid during the rolling start, and so they are. Ladies and Samuljonis starting from the front row. And August Erupšite starting from the back of the grid. The sole lady driver in this start. And yes, there are some familiar names from BATCC as well, Ovidius Latoja and Alana Zazikeyev as well. So now everything is ready for the start. Cars are going through the final turn onto the main straight. And here we go. The rolling start has been given, and as expected, Bledis is running away from all the others, literally. No slightest chance to keep up with him. And Oshkerko has jumped. I think he has gained 1 position. Yes, he's in 4th currently. But it will be very difficult for him to keep that position because those compact BMWs tend to be very fast down the straights, and Oshkerko's Cup BMW, although very well tuned car, simply lacks the power of those 3-liter cars, having more or less production engine. 218 horsepower, but this is battle for P2. Number 8 Lukas Samuljonis and number 1 Arnoldas Pukis, both in BMW compacts, and Oshkerko still in 4th, and he's chasing him, not chasing, but running behind him is probably, it should be Egitas Aleksandravicius. There is Turbo Cup challenge there as well for the first place in Turbo Cup here. Now Aleksandravicius has lost more positions. But Samuljonis now is clearly in 2nd. Pukis challenged him during the first few turns, but now there is a clear gap between them, and then Oshkerko also clearly in 4th, but you see that Bledis has gained 10 seconds over the opening lap only. And yes, Aleksandravicius is 5th behind Oshkerko, so that assumption was correct. second time over the bridge. And looking at what happens on the track, Bukis maybe is now closing in. The gap certainly is not more 1.6 seconds as it was on the line. And yeah, the race duration is 50 minutes, and now you can see in the background that Oskerko has got a company as well. There's no chance to catch those in front. Much more interesting would be the gap behind Oskerko, not in front of him. And intrigue if he can keep Aleksandravicius behind him. If the track dries out, then of course Aleksandravicius will have better chances. But as it stands, Oskerko can put his track knowledge to a good use. Let's see if fourth and fifth car appear on our screens. Yes, Oskerko is in front of Aleksandravicius, but just. And Blade is setting the fastest lap time 1:34.5, but it tells actually us absolutely nothing, because track conditions in the wet weather, during the wet weather, are changing all the time with every lap, maybe even with every turn. So Oskerko was 0.3, a little bit more than 0.3 seconds in front of Aleksandravicius as they crossed the turning line after 2 laps, but now they have swapped positions. Aleksandravicius, as expected, has jumped Oskerko, and that is Ovidius Latoja, who is coming from behind. He is the leader in Turbo Trophy, number 31. And he has overtaken Martinas Kudakas for the lead in his class during the first part of this lap, actually, because on the line Kudakas was still in front of him. But I would say that Oskerko's chances of keeping his P6 overall are quite slim. Tojo's lines may be not the best here, but the engine of his turbocharged BMW does the work, and he's already in front of Oskerko. And there is little doubt that Martinas Kudakas in number 77 will be in front of Oskerko shortly as well. But Oskerko here on the main straight keeps the pace of Latoja, but now it's over. That's not. It's not so easy in these tricky, slippery conditions. You saw how Kudakas slid wide in elbow turn and lost out. So it's a good news for Oskerko, certainly. The gap, which was in the region of 3 seconds, it increased, and Latoja is not content with what he has achieved. He is now closing into Aleksandravicius as well. They are, of course, from different classes. Aleksandravicius RB 3000, Latoja Turbo Trophy. But it doesn't matter, Latoja shows his skills on the wet track. And I would say they are impressive. Number 35, Dovidas Jakstas, was the Turbo Trophy qualification winner, but during this race he's dropped to 3rd in his class. And number 43 behind him is Mindaugas Tereshka, who actually started in front of him, several places in front of him. But yes, this Pikernicki track in wet conditions is really tricky. And if you don't feel at home with it, better be more cautious. Just run to the end and then you will see what the result will be. Main task is to avoid mistakes, which may cost not only time on the track, but you can very easily destroy your car. We saw it yesterday for several times. And Latoja closing into Alexandravicius. Comparing the lap times, Latoja's time was 1.5 seconds faster, which is more or less the gap they have now. And Bledis, after setting the fastest lap, is now more or less cruising. His current lap times are some 3 seconds slower in 1:37s, but nevertheless is increasing his lead all the time. But Latoja's progress has stopped. He got within, the gap is now 1.4 seconds, and he was faster than Alexandravicius in front of him, but just by 0.3. Laurindo Savickas, number 23, running third in this, I can't say train, because these cars are separated by quite a lot of big gaps, but meantime Bledis is coming here already on the right side of your screen, and first cars have been lapped already after just 6 laps. Of course, Audi is helped by its 4-wheel drive, especially on the wet track, but this car is very good in dry conditions as well. And of course the drivers, they manage to put this car into very good use. Look at the timing screen and it tells you everything you need to know. WashCar now stays in 6th, and the gap to Kudakas is hovering in the region of 3 seconds, so Lithuanian driver hasn't got quite close to the only Latvian in this race. And Ladies here is going to lap 3 cars almost in one go. Blue flags are already shown to them. Savickas uses the occasion. Did he overtook Tereshka? No, he didn't. He was in front for a moment, but couldn't stick this move and dropped back behind his rival. Meanwhile, what happens in front of them, the field is now so spread around the track, it's difficult to tell where is anybody. Oshkerko and Kudakas, their battle, which is actually not a battle. Kudakas was 0.2 seconds faster, but still 2.7 seconds are separating them and only 2.5 minutes to go. means that Oskerko probably will keep his P6. Purely speed-wise, Kudakas is not able to catch him. The question is if Oskerko stays on the tarmac. Now, finally, Savickas has got what he tried to do. He jumped Tereshka and now he's behind Jakstas already. And here straight line speed probably will tell the story. And yes, overtaking from outside into turn 1. Now braking hard for turn 2. And Savickas has gained 2 positions during basically 1 lap. Just 1 minute and 15 seconds remain. Latosha has closed into Alexandravicius to 1.2 seconds, but now the gap has stabilized more or less. So he probably, as they are from different categories and Latosha has already more or less secured the victory in his category, Turbo Trophy. I doubt if he is going to make any risky moves here, especially where the leader is now. Probably on the penultimate lap he should start, Bledis should start his final lap in a few seconds. Here are Alexandravicius and Latosha, and here comes Bledis. With 21 seconds to go, he crosses the finish line, and it means that he has now started his final lap, and almost certainly he will jump both Alexandravicius and Latosha, which means they will be lapped. Yes, and there are already blue flags. And here comes Bledis on the right side of the screen. Minutes race duration are now over. Here is Karolis Bledis. Having overtaken all the other competitors, bar second and third place cars of Lukas Samulionis and Arnoldas Pukis. But Latosha here goes for the overtaking maneuver during the final lap. Into the cinema he goes past Alexandravicius and stays in front. So that was a good move. On the final lap. Meanwhile, Bledis has just 2 more turns to go and then he will see the checkered flag. On the main straight he goes and finishes LTCCB Race 1 as a winner. And Latosha gets a checkered flag in front of Alexandravicius. They will be 4th and 5th overall. Number 14, Auguste Rupšite, was lapped twice. Then here comes Oskerko in 6th overall. Good result for him. He lost just 1 position compared to where he started from, against much more powerful and faster, potentially faster cars. But of course Oskerko knows this track very intimately and put this knowledge to good use as well. So Bledis was also the winner in GT category. Lukas Samulionis, if he crosses the line, when he crosses the line, will be 2nd overall. There is still some time remaining. now it finally happened. He's second overall and winner in RB 3000 as well. WashCar is the winner in BMW 2500, and Ovidius Latoja, who was fourth overall, is the winner in Turbo Trophy. So that was the LTCCB race 1, and now we finish with sprints for some time, and the next race in our program is 2-hour race. There are 24 cars which are allowed to start it from different categories. And here is the highlights from Lithuanian touring car race once again. There was some argy-bargy in first turn, but this is Ovidius Latoja overtaking Eigintas Aleksandravicius on the final lap. And Karolis Blade is overwhelming winner. Now we are waiting while the cars will be in the Parc Fermé area. Interestingly, some cars are taken for a waiting.
Okay, Karolis Bled is the winner of the Lithuanian Championship. Is now in the paddock, probably because he has to get ready for the 2-hour endurance race. We don't know yet. Latoja is celebrating his win in the Turbo Trophy. He's happy. We could actually invite him to the #1 spot. We have beautiful for the top 3 teams after each of the races. Obviously, we'll have a chat with him. I think since he's here, we have to have a chat with him. Ovidius is out of the car in his beautiful BMW. Ovidius, take off your helmet so we can have a chat with you. A lot of action from Ovidius in the track as well, obviously overtaking rest of the field and fighting hard with the Bitenieki racetrack here in WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. Race 1 done and dusted. Ovidius, fantastic job by you. We saw you out there. It looked so smooth, but you had a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, I had it. It's a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I love that race. Just don't manage to do good quality laps, so I have a lot of job in here. So, but I enjoyed every lap. It was amazing.
Was it your first time in Bitenieki?
No.
You've been here before. Sorry, I'm just asking because I don't know.
Yeah. It's not first time. Other times it was with different cars. So for this car, for this Turbo Trophy class, we are first time here and enjoying a lot. Thank you.
There's one more race to come, so we'll see you out there.
Yeah.
All right, super. Latoja definitely happy winning his category in this race, and obviously, Christian Zoskerko also happy celebrating his victory. How did it go, Christian? It looked really smooth actually out there.
I don't know. It depends on where you stood and looked.
We were watching the live stream.
No, there were a couple of big slides, but no, this tire has a little side grip and more front grip. There's some drifting terms for you. Okay. But no, otherwise everything was clean. You know, there were some guys who raced for the first time. Yeah. Made some good moves on me. Okay. Respect, all good. But otherwise, yeah, fun. Fun
race in Bitenieki. All right, we'll see you in the race number 2.
Yeah.
Game plan for that.
Hopefully I get my car back after the 2-hour race. And then
right, because it's racing now for 2 hours.
Yeah, the car is racing, not me.
Oh my God, that's going to be a fun one. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's done and dusted. Of course, we are now going to be focusing on the start grid of the 2-hour endurance race in Nankang Endurance Academy and Hankook Endurance Challenge race. So make sure you stay tuned wherever you're watching. Welcome to WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025 edition. Let's go.
This is Yauda, Powering the Baltics for over 60 years, from high-voltage substations to precision metalworks, we bring speed, energy, and unstoppable power. Our CE-certified solutions keep industries moving and cities alive across Latvia and Europe. Yauda, power that drives the future.
Kad sportā iestājas klusums, tas nozīmē tikai vienu – gatavojies negaisam.
Caur sīdarāba virzi gāju, nezāriņa nenolācu.
Sports atgriežas mājās. 1-1 LV.
Netīrs auto un nav laika, lai salons un virsbūve spīd kā jauni. WashCar, mēs tīram auto tur, kur tu esi. Mājās, darbā vai sporta zālē, pasūti WashCar aplikācijā un baudi tīrību.
All right, guys, here we are, WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025, the 2-hour endurance race, and me and Arturs are now on the start grid, and we'll try to make the best out of it, the grid walk, of course, and we are actually really keen to wait for the pole position right here, and there's a reason for that. So absolutely fantastic news for all of those that have just joined us here. Of course, the Lamborghini beast, and behind the wheel, none other than a WRC Latvian superstar, Martin Šas, of course, joined by Artur Šimins. A long experience for him in the circuit racing, of course. And I think Martin told in one of the interviews that last time he was racing circuit racing was about 2018 or something like that. Do you remember?
I remember quite keen. It was, I think, 2016, something like that. Almost 10 years ago. He was racing with a Peugeot 208 or something like that in 1600 class. He became Baltic champion, yeah? That's a fact that I think a lot of people don't know about Martin Šas. He's a Baltic touring car champion. So he's back to attack with a car that has 3 times more horsepower than previously. And yeah, it will be a joy to the ears and to the sights and to the eyes and to the soul to see and hear that Lamborghini driving and flying through the Biķeneki circuit. So that will be a blast. We're still waiting for them to come. As we're waiting, we have, of course, from P2, Baltic Karting Academy there. So really good qualifying by the Lithuanian team. Driving there, we have Rokas Kvedaras and Vilijus Reškevičius. And Rokas will be the first one going on the track. Maybe we can quickly grab Vilijus for a small chat. Vilijus, Rokas will be driving first. What's behind this strategy?
Yeah, we can't tell.
That's a secret, yeah?
Yeah.
How are you looking forward? The Lambo on the first row together with you. Good qualifying by the team. What's the game plan?
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun race. We're quite unsure on what the weather will be, but we're expecting the track to be drying out quite a bit later. So I think in the very beginning we'll have a very interesting fight, and then later on we'll see.
And I'm trusting on, and you are also trusting Rokas' abilities. He did great yesterday in the sprint races.
Yeah, he did wonderfully, and now he is an expert in the rain, so we're expecting a great performance.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. Yeah, Baltic Karting Academy, Rokas Kvedaras and Vilijus Reškevičius going on the track in just a few, in 20 minutes, not a few minutes, in 20 minutes. And we have number 69 there, a really beautiful car there as well. That is, of course, Rainpex by GSR. Egidius Gelunas yesterday was driving as well in the sprint races, and Aras Kvedaras will be joining him. So, beautiful car, right? This Gineta V8 engine power.
Yes, and obviously we've seen the car yesterday in the sprint races as well. I like the sign on the door. I wonder what that's all about. Power of the bones. Did you notice, Artur, this before? I want the cameraman to show exactly what this sign says. I'm gonna ask actually the question. Hey, mate, how is it going in rainy Riga Biterniki track?
It's been fun actually. So. Really looking forward towards the race, so yeah, I'm here to have fun anyway, so.
That's the most important thing, I assume, but what is with the sign on the door? Can you explain to all the TV viewers, Power of the Bones, what's that all about?
You should ask the team manager about it. She knows it. She's the one who made it. I'm not actually so. Yeah, Ernesta.
All right. Yeah. Okay, we'll go and have a chat with Ernesta. Yeah. Well, yes, a legend herself. It's so fantastic to see Ernesta here in Biterniki. Talk us through the sign on the door.
You must ask Egidius.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, we are now playing football. I can feel it, but that's all right. That's all right. Well, that will still keep a mystery, right?
Yes, and we have to get everybody out of the way. The Lambo is coming. Lambo is coming. Yep, that was close, but let's go. Let's go to the Lambo and let's talk with the drivers there. Of course, that will be Martin Sasks and Artur Šimins. Let's see who will be driving first. Artur Šimins will be the one who will be driving first, and we have talked with him previously, and as he has the helmet on, he will get ready. But we can maybe grab Martin Sasks for a few words as well, as he's speaking right now with his father, explaining circuit racing right now to himself, to his father. But let's try to grab some words with Martin. Martin, looking really classy. Are you ready to race, or are you a model today as well?
No, of course we have. We are ready to race, but we have wonderful partners. So yeah, they keep us looking sharp as well outside the car.
What's the thought before the start? Damp conditions once again. You have driven in the morning. How will it be?
Well, in the morning it was not that wet as it is now, but yeah, I really think that throughout the race we'll see changing conditions, and I'll keep, I think, everyone a bit excited how the race will go. But yeah, Artur's will start, so yeah, if anything, then we'll manage the pace. So,
do you think it will be dry enough for slicks, or will that be a gamble?
Well, that we'll see. We have at least 50 minutes from the start to see how it evaluates. So, yeah, let's see.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
So Martin is ready to see how Artur Šimins will be doing in the first hour. And of course, they will have a lot of time to evaluate what will go on. And we will try to get Artur's as well, or?
I think we must try to talk to a few words to talk to Artur's before the start. He's still discussing some stuff with the team. We have plenty of time before the start of the race, obviously. the team boss manager. I don't know. Ramonas Čapkauskas name is everywhere, and Ramonas. Oh, okay. Titus is the boss. All right. We got the. Here. That's ciao. Fantastic to have all the family here. And as soon as we get our hands on Artur Šimins, we'll have a chat. Artur's fantastic sight to see you guys on the start grid. You behind the wheel on the first stint. It's a lot of pressure, don't you think?
Yeah, it is. But you know, Martin said I'm really fast on the rainy corners. Okay. Well, it's actually a lie. But he's gonna make up my slowliness on the rain. Yeah. But it's a strategic that we're going through. I will do my best. It's a long race, and see you on the track. It's raining now, but hope I get some dry driving as well.
I think this is every racing driver's dream in circuit racing, to be behind the wheel, such a powerful and fast car. What is your emotional status right now?
Oh, I love the car throughout the whole weekend. It's been amazing. So this is a dream come true, and you know the feeling is so great. Driving together with Martins and such a great team with all the supporters here, you know, it's really nice.
Artur's best of luck. We'll see you out there in the track. Oh, fantastic feedback from Artur Šimins.
Yeah, so we heard from both Lambo drivers right now before the start, and we can quickly go through the grid and check some other teams as well. Of course, it's Porsche Latvia Racing Team on a good spot as well, starting from P4 overall. And yeah, we're still catching the Lambo, but we will get to the Porsche drivers as well. Maris Palme is already in the car, but we can speak with Vadims, as we will have him in the shot. Vadims, tough qualifying in the morning, damp conditions. What do you think about these conditions now?
Well, much more better than in the beginning of this summer, because there was real mess, a lot of crashes also we saw. But I think today is very interesting day, because weather will gonna change, and we will see also slicks on the track. I hope so. So keeping fingers for my teammate Maris, and hopefully we'll show you good also spectacular performance.
Okay, thank you, Vadims, Porsche Latvia Racing Team. And yeah, the manager of all that is our circuit racing, I would say, becoming a legend, Walter Zviedris as well, coaching these young drivers in circuit racing, we could say. And yeah, always in a good spirit, always in a good mood. And I want also quickly to check on what our drift drivers are doing. So Kristaps Blush and Nicholas Bertans a little bit further down the grid, as they're driving 325 Cup machinery, and we will, yeah, I think all this T-Max is already in the car, and we will try to get some words from Kristaps Blush as well, as they are right now talking about strategy, of course, and they're checking out strategy and everything. Kristaps Blush, of course, we all know you as a drifter, but you started in circuit racing. How are you looking forward to this 2-hour race?
Really good. I think we have some advantage here when it's quite rainy, because haven't driven that much as the other guys, and probably losing a couple seconds on the dry. But it should be good, and I think I can take some advantage from the drift, and I can potentially feel better when it's in a limit to I don't know. Slip, and I hope it will stay pretty much the same conditions. However, shows that it might get some sun, but I think it will be really good.
Okay, good luck, Kristaps. 3 minutes so quickly has gone this grid walk by. So, Oskars, what have you to say?
I only have one thing to say. This is going to be absolutely amazing, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Another car, by the way, car number 71. I believe that Carlis Zenitis in that team just finished a rally yesterday, and the next day he's back in a racing car now, and we'll be racing in 2-hour race together with Apsitis. So another crazy story to tell.
Yes, and Apsitis was yesterday doing rallycross, so they have a pretty busy weekend, Zenits and Apsitis. But yeah, if you have racing in your blood, then that's a joy, and you don't think of it as a work or something like that. So yeah, 3-minute sign already, and then all the 20-something cars, teams, will be going side by side, 2 hours. And as everybody said, look, some drivers said, I want to dry it out. Some drivers, as Kristaps Blush said, keep it raining, keep it slippery. I know what I'm doing on the wet. So yeah, that will be really interesting how the weather plays out as well. And yeah, what can we more say? I think it will be going a blast for 2 hours. It won't be it will be endurance, but it will be a sprint race as well. So stay tuned. I think we can also get ready for the commentator on the live stream, Thomas Vabame, all weekend long. And we will be switching back to Latvian as well for all the spectators here in Bitenik circuit. So yeah, we're happy and can't wait. And let's go.
Thanks, Oskars and Arturs. And here you see all 24 cars and one very fast car in the very last grid spot, number 55, Audi S4, which we just saw a few minutes ago in Lithuanian touring car race. But here's the grid for you. Team names, of course, no driver names, but I went on through the teams, and I hope I know who is going to start first. Anyway, in front row we have number 15 Lamborghini, Šimins Sesks by Čapkauskas, and there is Artur Šimins starting, and we already also saw that number 59 Porsche of Baltic Karting Academy will be started by Rokas Kvedaras. So that's about the front row. Then second row, number 69 Riempex by GSR. That car we also saw, beautiful Ginetta G56, will be started by Aras Kvedaras, and another car in second row, number 49 Latvian Porsche Latvia Racing Team, Porsche Cayenne, not Cayenne of course, but Cayman, that will be started by Maris Palma. Then third row belongs to Finnish team, number 60 Eagle team BMW, which will be started not by BMW. That team has actually two cars, Golf DCR, which will be started by Harri Hordo, and side by side with him will be number 69 Estonian Reinov Motorsport team, and that car will be driven by Sven Karusa for the full 2 hours. And talking about that car in the very back, number 55 Tarzania Racing Team Audi S4. This car, once more, is 4-wheel drive Quattro, and that car will be driven. Where are they onto my list? Yeah, here they are. Karis Bledis, who just about 20 minutes ago won the Lithuanian touring car race. And the first warm-up lap is underway. This is called warm-up lap, which is followed by formation lap, and then the rolling start will be given. The race duration is 2 hours. There is compulsory pit stop in the middle between 50th and 70th minutes, and the duration of the pit stop must be at least 5 minutes. It's measured from the entry of the pit lane to the exit of the pit lane. What else? Some cars have 2 drivers, some cars have 1 driver. If you have 2 drivers, then they will change. If you have 1 driver, certainly he or she will not change. But what the most intriguing thing is that we have today 1 driver who is going to drive 2 cars. Valdas Laurinkjavičius, who is starting in car number 97, Honda S2000 car with number 97. The team is called Autokas Liita Ladies, but there is only 1 lady in that car today, Liveta Tšekanovskaite, who is going to drive second part of the race. But Valdas Laurinkjavičius' first part of the race will be at the wheel of number 97 car, and the second part of the race will drive car number 96, Autokas Liita, also Honda S2000. That car will be started by Kastitis Volbekas. So that's quite quite an interesting strategy, but if you think that some drivers are driving full 2 hours, it's not that difficult probably. Physically, of course, it's much easier to drive on the wet track. And if we look here onto the TV picture, probably it's not raining. It's still there is some drizzle. And the interesting thing will be if the track really starts to dry out quickly. The question is if somebody dares to put slick tires on during their regular pit stop. But looking at the weather and the clouds, I really doubt if in the space of 1 hour it will dry out enough for slicks. But now cars are on their formation lap, closing to the hospital turn. Number 15 Lamborghini in front, and you can expect that this car will disappear from all the others. Their combined qualification time, 2 lap times from 2 qualification sessions added together, that combined lap time was some 7 seconds faster than number 59 Porsche drivers managed. So it tells you the story. But we have seen this year as well, in the first BATCC meeting in Riga, that the speed in endurance race is not the only thing which matters. You must avoid mistakes, and mistakes are not only going off the track but also avoiding crashing into other cars during the overtaking, and so on and so on. So let's see, 2-hour race is all about to start, just few turns to go, and here number 55 Audi, which is potentially a very, very fast car. The question is how the drivers, first driver of that car, Karolis Pledis, how he can just pass the slower cars. And now everything is ready for the start. And here we go. And as expected, number 15 Lambo takes the lead here. Number 69 Ginetta is currently second, and number 59 Porsche has lost 1 position at the start. Lamborghini is already... Oh! There Siemens has lost 2 positions in turn 2, so he has dropped to 3rd. That's the first surprise. So it's exactly what I told a few seconds ago, that in endurance race it's not only about the speed, it's endurance, and it also means that you must avoid mistakes. What happened to Siemens? We didn't see him. We saw him going through turn 1 in P1, but in turn 2 in elbow, he went off or was simply wide. Of course, Siemens joked that he will be slow, that Zesks must compensate for his slow driving, but certainly with that Lamborghini Huracan driving on the very wet track, it's not easy. Sure, that car has a lot of driver aid systems, but until now Maris Palma keeps Siemens honest in his Porsche Cayman. Then number 60 Volkswagen Golf of Finnish Eagle team is currently 5th, and number 335 AS Motorsports Jurmala, which is means last year BMW champion Richard Shubetskis at the wheel, is 6th overall. So Shubetskis is doing his usual thing and battling especially on the wet, and we have had a lot of wet weather racing this year in the ATCC and in endurance racing as well. So he's doing his usual thing and battling with much more powerful and potentially faster cars. The same is true here. Maris Palma on the same pace as Artur Siemens in that Lamborghini in front of him. Meanwhile, number 69, Ginetta of Re-Impex by GSI is leading this race. Aras Kvedras at the wheel of that car, just completing lap 2. And the gap to the second place, the Lithuanian horse, has grown to 3.7 seconds. Now fifth place car, number 60 Porsche. And here is number 55 Audi, which started from the very back of the grid. Now this car is in fifth already. Lap times are not that great, of course, but bear in mind that this car has already overtaken 18 other cars during 2 laps. So it certainly had some influence on his on its speed. Yes, Tarzania Racing has gained 18 positions. That's completely true. They started from 24th. Now they are in 6th. And yes, they are faster than Eagle Team Volkswagen, number 60 Volkswagen in front of them. Maybe not that faster, but certainly faster. Let's follow them and what the lap time will be. Last time around, number 55 Audi was some 9 tenths faster than number 60 Volkswagen, almost a full second. But that was with a lot of overtakings. Well, here they both go, 5th and 6th place cars. And the lap times. Wow! Number 55 Audi was 2.5 seconds per lap faster than number 60 Volkswagen in front of it. And the gap remaining is just 2.6 seconds. So towards the end of this lap they will be together. Almost surely. So Carolis Blade is performing miracles. Of course, this Audi, once more, has 4-wheel drive, which in these conditions certainly helps. Meanwhile, leader number 69 Ginetta has completed 4 laps, and the gap now to the second place car is over 8 seconds. What we are following here is the battle for 5th. Number 60 Volkswagen versus number 55 Audi. Audi is closing in rapidly. And 1.3 seconds remaining. Oh, and Volkswagen spinning in elbow turn, and that was really easy for Bledis. So Harry Horton lost the car for a moment. probably started to go a little bit wide. And that was it. Of course, he lost just one position, so it's not the end of the world. And number 21 car, there is all BMW battle here from different classes, but number 20 car driven by Uldis Timaks, Latvian circuit racing legend. He's the first driver in this car before another drift legend, Christoph Plus. This is direct battle for 8th Reign of Motorsport, number 79 BMW in front and number 71 Baltic Motor Promotion Cup BMW just a few meters behind it. Carles Denitis is driving that Latvian BMW, Sven Garus at the wheel of Estonian BMW. Of course, they are from different categories, but somehow they are together on the track, almost together, let's say. Looking at the lap times now, Artur Siemens in Lamborghini is the fastest driver on the track, at least he was during the previous lap. That was Pavel Peskrovny in Turbo BMW number 5, who almost spun exiting the final turn. And here is the leader. Some cars are already lapped by the leader. Here is the second placed car. And third. Artur Siemens now has shaken off number 49 Porsche Cayman of Maris Palma and is clearly in third, and this time he wasn't fastest on the track, but he's closing into the second placed car. So Siemens certainly knows what to do. Must avoid mistakes. Not to overcook, not to feel too comfortably at the wheel of this very fast and powerful car. But the gap to the leader is now 14 seconds. It's not the end of the world. The race have only lasted 11 minutes from the start. Still 1 hour and 49 minutes to go. And if Siemens' first stint will be shorter, then Cesks can do the longer second stint and gain back quite easily sometime. We saw from the qualification that the combined lap times were some 7 seconds better than everybody else. So Siemens in 130s as well. And he gained almost 3 seconds compared to second placed Porsche. So Siemens has found his pace and he now clearly sees the target in front of him. That blue, orange, black Porsche. Baltic Academy number 59, lots of slower cars in front of them. That's easy peasy for Siemens here, but here is another car, number 30, which also started from the back row after changing the car. Fortunately, the visibility is not that bad. There is certainly some spray still coming from the tires, but it's not that bad as we saw it yesterday or even today during the single-seater race. And it means that slower drivers in slower cars can see from the mirrors that faster cars are approaching. Of those blue flags are out everywhere. We have seen marshals are doing a very good job here. And now we can say that more or less the second and third place cars are almost together. They were separated by just 1.5 seconds on the line. And Artur Šimins in number 15 Lamborghini has caught Rokas Kvedaras in number 59 Porsche, and they are now stuck behind the slower BMW. These Šimins. Oh! That is it! Things like this can happen very easily, and it happened. So Artur Šimins, I am not sure if he was maybe a little bit impatient, but here is the outcome. Lamborghini is in the wall, and whatever comes next. Oh, it was good until it lasted, but unfortunately it didn't last for that long. And almost certainly there will be either full course. Yes, there is full course yellow. There is full course yellow. It means that all cars must drive at reduced speed of some 60 kph. Also, some cars are overtaking the others, but it's the jury which will, and stewards, who will decide what they have done or haven't done. Oh my, oh my. Just 15 minutes into the race, and the biggest drama you could expect happened. Overtaking a slower car. Artur Šimins had a contact with it, and both of them went into the wall. I'm not sure if which number actually it was. It was number 87 BMW of AS Racing Team, driven by Raigo Sarapuu. I think that car hit the wall as well. Maybe they are able to continue the race, but here is what happened. Šimins certainly saw an opportunity. Here he's already braking. I would say it was just a racing incident. Nobody turned into anybody, but the outcome, bang heavily into the wall with the rear end. And that is it for number 15 Lamborghini. And maybe for 87 BMW as well, although they have a lot of time to repair the car and continue racing. But it's full course yellow. And it is exactly what can happen during endurance racing, especially endurance race, especially when the track conditions are slippery, unpredictable, more or less, because you never don't know when if it's going to dry out, or is it going to get even more slippery due to the rain. It's a very boring time for the drivers now, but well, it's part of endurance racing. The leading car number 69 is going to complete its 10th lap in a few seconds. And Aros Kvaderas at the wheel of that car hasn't put a foot wrong. We haven't at least seen. Meanwhile, second placed car is not even in the sight. It was number 59 Porsche is now here. Of course, the gap will be reduced during the full course yellow. Theoretically, all cars should go at the same speed, but what we see usually during these phases is that long trains are forming, and it means that if the first car in the train is going at the correct speed, then all the others behind it have gone a little bit faster. But it's just speculation. As it stands, we have full course yellow due to the crash of number 15 Lamborghini, which collided with number 87 BMW. It of course means that all the other cars starting from fourth gained one position, or some of them even two positions. And that means that number 49 Porsche Latvia is now in third. Number 55 Tarzania Audi is in fourth. Number 60 Eagle Team Volkswagen is in fifth. And number 335 AS Motorsport Jurmala is in sixth overall. And that car just passing the flatbed truck. Number 79 BMW, which is currently 7th, and 71 BMW 8th. They are closely following. .335 is the leading car in BMW Cup category, but number 71 is the second in that category. And now you can see in the background that sun is shining. Sun is shining in the hospital turn, and it is going to shine in the start-finish area as well. So it's just 20 minutes past since the start. It really looks that we can have a dry track, or partly dry at least. And it's not that easy to put that Lamborghini onto the flat bed. Maybe they are not going to do it. Maybe they are just going to tow it back to the paddock. Because the car is so low, it's difficult to put it onto the flat bed without damaging it any more. But meanwhile, the track is drying out all the time. There is no rain falling. On the contrary, sun is shining, as you can see on your screens. Not at the start-finish area yet, but sun is out. On the other hand, cars going very slowly. They are not drying the track. If they went at full speed, tires will warm up and will dry the surface even more. But yes, now certainly there is some hope for having slicks for the second part of the race, for those categories where slicks are allowed. Fastest lap time currently belongs to the leading car, number 69 Porsche. Not Porsche, but Ginetta, of course. But their best lap time 1:30.349. But Artur Šimis, before crashing out, managed to reach 1:30s as well. 1:30.633 was his best lap time. But then now our time is ticking away and track drying out. I'm sure when the race will be resumed, here once more this situation. Number 86 in front. That's first car passed. The contact wasn't that hefty, it was just a slight one, but that was enough to unsettle both cars, with the end-ending consequences for the Lamborghini number 15. Well, really shame we couldn't see. It means that we can't see Martin Šešks at the wheel of that Lamborghini. But yes, it's a part of motor racing. These accidents can happen, especially on the slippery track, and when you have cars with very different speeds. Meanwhile, Lamborghini is still on the track, and track workers are still working on it. I think they are going to tow it. If the car is intact enough, of course. And what you can see here is exactly those long trains of cars forming on the track. And the longer the full course yellow lasts, the longer the trains will be. No matter which lap you are, you can't overtake even the slowest car on the track. You must follow him or follow it. Now sun is shining through the forest on the back straight between Hospital and Cinema Turn. You clearly see that from our viewpoint, the left side of the track, but from driver's viewpoint, the right side of the track will dry out first, because it has direct sunshine on it. Meanwhile, we will make a pause in our comments until the full course yellow lasts, and then we will return. Stay with us. As you can see from this picture, the truck, who is number 15 Lamborghini in a very sad state, is already on the pit lane. Very long trains have formed as expected on the track, but it also means that the race can be resumed very shortly. Almost half an hour have passed since the start. And number 87 BMW is in the pits as well and hasn't returned. I'm not sure if that car can be repaired. Oh yeah, that's not a good sight. Chapkowska's team mechanics will have a lot of work. But I would think the mainly bodywork which was affected after that crash. Not the engine, not powertrain. Maybe some half shafts or so, they must be checked of course, but the bodywork took the main impact. Meanwhile, cars are still circulating on the track, and skies are also clearing out. We saw some sunshine in some parts of the track, and even on the start-finish straight. Okay, it's not direct sunshine yet, but you can see that sky becomes more and more clear here. Car is now put on car. Basically, if they can repair this car, which is very doubtful, they can return onto the track if they can repair it in 1 hour, for example, or something like this. But usually with this kind of crashes, some spares are needed. I'm not sure if all those spares are present here, and maybe there are some damage which can't be seen from the outside. You never know. Shame in any way. And the timing screen shows us that the lead, which number 69 Ginetta has gained over number 59 Porsche, is currently almost 18 seconds. Actually, it's not currently, but it was 1 lap ago. Again, quite interesting numerology. Number 69 is leading, number 59 is second, and number 49 is third. The field is still circulating at reduced speed on the track. 14 laps have been now completed by first 2 cars. Third car is almost a full lap, full minute behind them. And here you also saw how the gaps are fluctuating here. Gap between first 2 cars was 17 seconds. Now all of a sudden it's just 10. So while cars are on their full course yellow, strange things sometimes happen. The good news is that pneumatic jacks are still in working order. But this car, at least from this view, is in very sad state after that actually 2 contacts with wall.
All right, guys, here we are in the paddock. Now, obviously, you can see now that Čapkauskas Racing team is assessing the damage on the Lamborghini. And we have Artur Šimins with us right now. Artur, obviously, not the circumstances we would wish to actually have a chat, but as you said, this is racing. This is part of the deal. Let's just make some room for the team. Let's get out of here and talk us through the beginning of the race. I mean, we saw you struggling in the very start, but then you gained momentum, you gained some pace, and you felt quite comfortable within the car.
The first corner actually almost turned around, so I lost 2 spots. But here it was racing, you know. I tried to get in the middle, and I don't know, I think it was a BMW who touched me. But the damage is actually from the car that hit me. I didn't hit the wall, so they're going to check the car now. Maybe Martins, I think Martins will have his drive. So it was the guy's telling me I should follow the Porsche, but I was a little bit faster in that place. So I tried to squeeze in the middle. Maybe that's my fault. But the BMW closed it in on the back of the car, as you see.
Yeah. We saw that on replay.
So thanks God I didn't hit the wall, but the damage is quite significant. But that guy's going to look now. And hopefully Martin's going to be on the track like in 20 minutes.
I really hope so too. Thank you, Artur. Thank you very much. So you heard the man. Well, this is racing. This is what happens. Meanwhile, we have the green flag, which means the Endurance 2-hour race in the WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025 is up and running, and we're going to be following the cars and waiting for them to come back here in the pit stop and the driver's change. Well, for those teams that have the driver's change and, of course, the refueling and the tire change. So we'll see them in a while here, and then we'll have a chat with the rest of the field. Meanwhile, Čapkauskas Racing mechanics are doing all it takes and everything that's possible to get the car back and running and get Martin Šasks behind the wheel in his racing suit.
Meanwhile, the racing on the track has resumed, and cars are now, many of the cars are now together again. And this was a leading car, number 69, Ginetta of Rainpex by GSR. Second place overall car is coming here through the pack. How many slower cars are in front of it? Some 5 or 6, and they are on different laps and under different speed. So it's really, really difficult both for faster and slower car drivers. And these are the moments when crashes like with number 15 Lamborghini can happen very easily. Blue flag has been shown, but to whom? To whom? To almost everybody. It's really difficult to understand the situation, to read the situation, and there it's Daugavic who tried to overtake, to use the blue flag situation and to overtake number 79 BMW, but Sven Karuse at the wheel of that white BMW took position back. Now he goes into the outside of number 44 Mini. Daugavic went onto the other side, but probably lost out a little bit to Karuse. And it means that Uldis Timaks in number 21 BMW is now right behind him. The other car which was involved in that crash, number 87 AS Racing Team BMW, seems to be back on the track now. At least according to our timing screen, the car was on 7 laps. Now it has completed 8 laps, which means it is moving again. That's a good news. Autokaslita Honda S2000s, two cars, number 96 and 97. We have seen them running in formation on several occasions during this season, and it's the case again here. Now there are several cars between them, but more or less they are together. They actually are together according to the timing screen as well. And number 55 Audi is now, it's still in fourth, but now just 1.5 seconds behind number 49 Porsche. So podium position is very close just to grab here for the crew of number 55 Audi. Karolis Bled is currently sitting at the wheel, and the Porsche has been caught, so what happens next would be very interesting. Here they go, Porsche in front, Audi behind, and through bridge you can clearly see that the dry racing line has formed. The track is not full dry, full width. Now Audi goes to the inside. Can they go side by side? No, they couldn't. That is probably backed off from this move. But the move is certainly on the cards here. The interesting detail is that this car number 55 is actually taking part in 3 different competitions this weekend. Now the car is running in 2-hour endurance race. Before it, we saw it running in Lithuanian League B championship, and in the morning it was the fastest car in Baltic time attack session as well. We will have another time attack session later in the afternoon. So that car is really doing good work and the hard work. I don't know how many kilometers or how many minutes of running they gather in one day, but it's a significant amount for a racing car. And until now it's working like a clockwork. So Bled is tried overtaking Hanover against number 49 Porsche 1 lap ago, but probably thought better about it. It's no worth of risking in such an early state of the race. Just 43 minutes is going to 42.5 minutes have passed since start, and it means that even the pit stop window will stop only in 7 minutes. And from a technical viewpoint, I think it's more useful to stretch the first stint as long as possible, because if the track dries out and slicks will be possible for use, then to avoid another pit stop, you must make your regular stop as late as possible. But it's a difficult game. It's very complex, and we can have another rain shower as well. It's not impossible. But yes, it looks like that number 55 Tarzania Racing Audi with Karolis Bled is at the wheel. He is now simply running behind 49 Porsche, not trying to overtake it. Although, saying that, and you see what happened. Bled saw the opportunity and grabbed it with 2 hands, but the slower car involved. Whoa, what that was a situation. Almost certainly Karlis Denitis at wheel number 71 BMW didn't expect to play this pair from nowhere. And they almost collided into each other, but the final outcome is that number 55 Audi is now in front of number 49 Porsche. But it's not over yet, it's certainly not over yet. We can see now if ladies can be faster than Palma in that Porsche. And another slower car is going to be on their way. Now, ladies made a slight mistake, and does it mean that Palma goes past? No, it's not that easy, because half of the track width is still wet and slippery. Blue flag was shown to Richard Shubetskis, and Shubetskis switches on the indicator to show that he's going to give way to faster cars. There is bad news for number 97 Autogas ladies car, which is standing in the pits. Regular pit stop window is not opened, and it means that something has happened to that car. We saw it moving relatively slowly compared to all the other cars in that group, but it's certainly something more serious. And they are now out on the track again. So, fortunately, nothing terminal. But the bad news is that they still have to do their regular pit stop, which window opens in 3 minutes exactly. But those two cars, 55 Audi and 49 Porsche, which are battling for third overall, are still together on the track. Now it's question of tire management as well, because but when the track is drying out, some parts of it. Here is another car which was involved in that dramatic collision, number 87 BMW flashed the screens as well. But the tire management becomes very important, especially on those parts where track is drying out. Let's see if they are going to seek wet patches already. There is no spray anymore on the main straight, which means track has dried out on the racing line at least. But here in those sections which are under the trees, the situation is quite different. This time 87 car was overtaken safely. No big dramas here, but number 44 Mini is moving quite slowly. Is fast. Yes, number 44 Mini is certainly in trouble. In 50 seconds they can enter the pits for the regular pit stop. Are they trying to do it? to make the regular pit stop with their irregular one together one to avoid 2 stops. But 3rd and 4th placed cars have remained together. As track is drying, the advantage of Audi's 4-wheel drive becomes less significant as it was on the full wet track. But now pit window is already opened. Pit window is opened. But for those cars which can run on slicks, I think they should push their pit stop further down. Keep going as long as they can to be ready for, possibly be ready for this. There is yellow flag at Cinema, between Cinema and Motor Museum, and is it number 44 Mini standing there? That car haven't reached the pits anywhere, and there is Lamborghini. More or less disassembled rear end of it. And only 1 hour and 8 minutes remaining. I'm not that sure if they can return this car into running condition. And that is a regular pit stop. Number 5 car, Road Racing BMW Turbo category car, which is driven by Estonian driver Pavel Peskroni for full 2 hours. Is one of the first cars. Actually, it is together with number 24 Honda. They are first 2 cars which arrived to the pit. It's certainly not Radoslav Tipa, but Pavel Peskroni is driving that car. Now Uldis Timaks is now climbing out of car number 21. Kristaps Plus is taking over the driving duties. The number of team members who can step over the white line between pit lane and the pits is limited. It's not that everybody can run out to the pit lane to help drivers. More and more cars are now arriving onto the pit lane. Five minutes is quite a long time for pit stop. Now you see that wheel is covered to avoid spilled fuel igniting on it. And the track conditions are getting better and better because leading car number 69 Ginetta has now set the best lap time of 1:29.895. They are now under 1:30s.
All right, here we are in the paddock with one of the teams, Uldis Timaks, alongside me. Kristaps Blush now behind the wheel. Uldis, talk us through the first stint.
The first stint was pretty short, as I guess, because it was full course yellow. Yeah, there was very slippery.
I don't know why, but it feels like much more slippery than it was in the morning. But you know, conditions I saw it should be the same, but yeah, it felt super slippery. So I hope it will dry out, so it's not going to be the case then.
Quite a steady ride though, and I think you finished in P4 after the first stint. Is the top 3 a manageable thing?
I hope so. I hope so. I hope. Of course, it depends from the others, and of course, it depends from the Kristaps. But yeah, for this moment, I was slower, so I don't know why, but.
All right, fingers crossed for Kristaps then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Uldis. All right, that was Uldis Timaks. Let's go and follow some of the teams right now. I can see that Marta Starka and Lennart Lepsis are also in the paddock right now. The drivers change, and of course, fueling up the car for the next stint. Beautiful looking BMW with a SpongeBob on the back of the car. It's just a beautiful design. Perfect. So meanwhile, car number 44 seems like they have some technical issues right now. The car has been pushed in to the service area, unfortunately, and we'll see if they can manage to put the car back on the track. And just as soon as we have the driver is ready to talk to us, we'll be letting you know how was the feeling in the car and in the truck after the first stint. The driver change itself is another task and challenge as well, to make sure that the next driver is right into place. Marta Starka is right now helping Lennart Lepsis to get in his position. Yeah, all right. She's done a good job, obviously, in the first stint. We'll try and have a talk. And there's not a lot of ladies, of course, in the 2-hour endurance race. That's why we want to actually talk to Marta to have some comments. Meanwhile, most of the teams are now using the opportunity to come into the pit lane and the mandatory service. And mandatory because they have to do it, also, of course. That's the regulations for the 2-hour endurance challenge race. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, some service jobs and service work happening on some of the cars as well. Ok, Marta ir ārā no oficiālā pitstop. Marta, nu ko, pirmā stunda nolausta, kā tev tur gāja tajā balītē?
Sākums bija smags, aizsvīda stikls, nācās braukt boksos, lai vēl te viņus slaucītu. Tad es izbraucu ārā un skatos, ka ir full course yellows. Un tā arī vizinājāmies, man liekas, kādas 20-25 minūtes, un tad jau tusiņš atsākās, varēja turpināt gāzēt.
Tagad Lennarts pie stūras. Kādas norādījumus tu viņam vēl devi pēdējā brīdī pirms izbraukšanas no boksiem?
Pastāstīt trases kondīcijas, jo, kad izbraucām ārā, bija pavisam savādāks, bija daudz slapjāk. Trasa, protams, uzspīdēja saulīte beidzot, trasa paliek sausa, fantastiski, jā.
Ok, super, turam īšķis, lai jums labi veicās, mācam tālāk. All right, we continue. Good feedback from Marta. She's done a good job. Meanwhile, the LDV construction team is up and running again. Lily Yukam now behind the wheel, and she's gonna try our best to improve on the results as well. Meanwhile, we can see a lot of teams busy working. Finally, the mechanics have a chance to prove themselves as well. Do a lot of job. Yeah, nice. Thumbs up, of course. And that's always a show that the guys are working really hard to make everything in time and get the car back and running after the pit stops. And we will be cruising by as well to see what's happening at the end of the pack. All right, let's see. There's still some petrol to be put in. Oh, that's Alves Bulls here, giving another a portion of comments as well. Yeah, the car's been refueled, almost back and ready. Jā, mums nedaudz jāpaciešās, gan mēs vispār tiksim viņam klāt. Tik vienkārši nenotiek, tik skatos laikam, tas ir Renault Motorsport Svens Karuse. Jā, Svens Karuse. He's joining us in the pit lane. Looks like they're going to be changing tires as well. A lot of things happening here in the paddocks, of course. Mēs varam mierīgi pakomentēt, Artur. Nu, viņš aizņemts vēl pagaidām aizņemts. Kā saka, jāizdara darbiņš līdz galam. Yeah, it's always fantastic to see that the driver of the first stint is still busy after driving, giving some advice and of course helping the other driver to get inside the car. So that's teamwork. That's definitely a good teamwork right there. Ko Alvi uz 5 vārdiem nāc parunāties, izstāst. Pirmā stunda nolausta, kā jums tur labi gāja, kā izskatās trasa, kā braukšana?
Normāli.
Tikai normāli?
Nu, braukt ir forši, bet nevar saķert un bišķi traucēja man tie lēnie, viņi nelaiž garām. Moškar viņiem nav nekāds pienākums mani laist garām, bet bija tāds, jā, un tad bija baigi slidens. Sākums bija baigi slidens, slidenāks nekā rīts. Vai nu tā jaunā riepa vairāk slīda, tā. Nevarēja niknāk, es nevarēju aizmukt.
Nu, bet trase žūs diezgan ātri. Es domāju, ka Kasparam varētu būt labāk apstākļi šobrīd.
Es teiktu, ka ir sauss jau. Nu, trajektorijas ir noteikti sauss, Kasparam būs labi. Turēsim mīkšķis, lai viņš kaut ko bišķi mēģina sadzīt. Paldies jums visiem, super.
Jādod visu, all right. So Alvis is saying that the track is drying out really quickly. It's almost dry, so Kaspar's Momons definitely will have a better chance out there. Let's go and have a look at the Tasmania Racing team. They are having issues. They had such a good run. The car is back on fire, but they had such a good run. And it looks like the team had some issues with the car or something. That is a shame. That is definitely a shame. They had such a good run up until this point, up until the pit stops. What is happening, guys? You had such a good start of the race. Unbelievable. What is going on here?
I don't know. We wait a minute and 2 minutes and we saw. So, oh, free.
The beginning of the race, though, we were following you from the last position to climb up on the standings. Unbelievable.
Very nice fight. Very nice fight. Fight. And so what happened? I don't know.
Well, that's racing for you. I hope you get it sorted, yeah?
It's an engine, a metal.
I hope you get it sorted.
Yes.
Fingers crossed, yeah? All right. Tasmania Racing. That is definitely a shame. They They were so promising, fighting it out from the last position on the start grid, getting up on the standings, fighting it out, and now it has issues with the Audi engine. All the team is trying to check what is the problem. It's not sounding good for sure, but it's part of the deal. Now we have the Finnish crew coming in. Eagle Racing also doing a good job. I'd say they came in actually on the very last moment of the open pit window. And you can see now the tires, they're changing from the wet tires to the slick dry tires. And that just shows you that the track is drying out really quickly. And probably they will have a better grip and a better high speeds on the second stint. On the wet tires are not really on fire maybe, but they are smoking hot with some fumes coming off the tires, which makes sense because they've been under pressure almost, well, not almost, actually more than an hour. So that just means one thing. They've done their job for sure. Meanwhile, Reinab Motorsport Karosse is heading back to the track, and we're waiting for the Eagle team driver from this first team to have a chat with us for a few words. And so we know that everything is working well, and they are having a good time here in WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025, the 2-hour endurance racing. So Harri Horto and Antti Horto in this car. Oh, meanwhile, the Tanzania Racing guys are heading back to the paddock for some spare parts, obviously, for their Audi. The engine has been shut down right now. So at this point, almost all of the teams, and Porsche Latvia also have joined us in the paddock for the mandatory pit stop. And on our way back, we'll probably have a chat with Porsche Latvia as well. After all, they are fighting for the top 3 overall podium standings right now. Hey, do you have a minute? Not yet? Oh yeah, they're checking on the time. That's good, yeah, they're checking on the time. That is definitely really important to wait up until the last moment. They can release the next driver for the second stint. Meanwhile, Porsche Latvia team is heading back to the track for their second stint. Let's see what are the standings right now. Porsche Latvia currently in second place in the GTM Plus category. And then overall standings, they are in third overall. An Eagle team, we're ahead of them by 1 lap, which means Porsche Latvia right now have a chance to get that 1 lap back and be in the same lap with the Eagle team. And then the fight will be on. Eagle team still in the pit lane. Of course, the positions have changed quite a lot throughout the mandatory pit stop, but we'll see if it changes back after the pit stop has been done. They're refueling now. All right, the guys are getting busier and busier. We have no time to actually have a chat with the driver. That's okay. They have a mission to do. We see the leaders, the Rainpex by GSR in their beautiful Ginetta G56 heading back in the track as well. And they had a really comfortable lead over Eagle team, 4 laps. So I think they are safe in their first position, not going to lose out too much. Porsche Latvia team dropped down to position number 5. Giving it a chance to Baltic Karting Academy to climb up to P3. And an Octo service by RS Parts to P4. And Baltic Motorsport promotion after the pit lane, doing really good job. They are leading the BMW 325 Cup and 6th position overall as well. So I wonder if we can have a chat right now. Good job, guys. Applauses to you guys. Good job. Fantastic to have the Eagle team here with us in WashCar Riga Summer Race. How was the first thing?
Yeah, that was great, and I love this track. This is best track ever.
And especially when you have a battle for the top 3, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's very nice.
All right, thank you very much.
And I hope that Antti continue same well as.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. All right, so see, the Finnish guys are totally optimistic and totally happy to be here in Vitjaniki. Meanwhile, we can see one of the Lithuanian teams is in the pit lanes and the bonnet is off the car, which is not a good sight. If you ask me, there's some repairs going on. We'll try to have a look what's going on in the paddock right now. One of the last teams actually in the mandatory pit stop. Meanwhile, the race leaders, the Ginetta is pushing hard. You can see some damage on the car from the previous contact there in the track. There's some oil being added to the BMW engine as well. All right, the team is doing a good job, and we'll be rounding up the paddock interviews. The Estonians are discussing now some more features and feedback before heading back to the track. So yeah, obviously I think we're gonna round up now. Back to Thomas in the commentary book, and I'll be joining Arturs for some commentating for rest of the second stint. And we have less than 50 minutes left in the 2-hour endurance race.
Indeed, pit window is closed, and number 8 car of BMW of Octoserver by AS Parts arrived for their compulsory pit stop just a few seconds before the window was closed. So they timed their pit stop to perfection. Actually, the same can be said about number 69, Ginetta. Their first stint was quite long, which meant that they could use their wet weather tires until the end, and now they are perhaps on the slick. And we saw with number 60 Eagle team Volkswagen DCR the same thing. They stretched their first stint longer and put on slick tires. Now from this picture you can clearly see that the racing line is full dry, not the full track. And from the interviews, Uldis Timmaks told that the track was weirdly slippery during the first stint. At the beginning of the first stint, it wasn't from the outside, it looked like exactly the same which it was in the morning, but it was not on the case out on the track. So let's see what has happened to the standings. Also, some cars are still, number 8 and number 69 are still standing in the cars, but number 69 should return onto the track as a leader, but where the number 8 BMW will slot in, I can't tell you at the moment. But it looks like that the top 3 will again be number 69, 59 and 49. But the question is, how far back is the number 60 Eagle team Volkswagen from the 3rd position? Now timing tells us that the gap is 20 seconds. It's quite a lot, but let's keep an eye on it, how the gap will change. And here is the leader back on the track. Tires still cold, and on the slippery track it needs ultimate caution for the driver. Egidijus Gelunas, the regular driver who also runs this car in sprints, is now sitting behind the wheel, and he's certainly forcing the issue currently because potentially much slower cars are keeping his pace without any problems. But yes, it's now just adjusting or adopting to the conditions for Gelunas. Meanwhile, there is racing going on behind him. Number 71 BMW just overtook number 80 BMW, but they are not on the same lap. Number 71 actually is now 5th in overall classification. So Karlis Denikis and Adrian Sapsitis are doing really good work, and they are even in front of number 335 car of Richard Shubetskis, but the gap is quite small, just a few seconds. So Shubetskis, who is undoubtedly the fastest driver in that category, I assume he will catch them. But yeah, Shubetskis is coming, the last car in this picture. That red and black car, and having now number 49 Porsche behind him. Now in front of him already. And two Porsches are together, but the caveat is that they are separated by one full lap. Number 59 Porsche, despite being behind number 49 Porsche, is now going to lap that car. Blue flags are shown. Now the team must tell the drivers over the radio that what the real situation is, that actually they are not battling for the position. Ooh, and there is moment again. Number 76 BMW suddenly turned to the inside, where number 59 Porsche tried to overtake the slower car, and it almost led to a collision. Fortunately, they could avoid it. And now two Porsches together again here. Meanwhile, number 79 BMW and 71 BMW are fighting for their positions. Now that's going to be a swap of positions here. Ilius Reskiavicius jumped. Ah, no, they are not. Ilius Reskiavicius tried to jump onto the inside of Vadim Zvakariuks, but couldn't. And the end result is now they are still stuck behind number 79 BMW of Sven Karlsson, who tries to let them pass, but he can't because they are fighting between themselves. Now finally Porsches have swapped their positions on the track, and officially number 49 is now one lap behind number 59. Meanwhile, Ilius Reskiavicius at the wheel of number 59 Porsche has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:25.3, and it means that he has been more than 3.5 seconds faster than anybody else. So the gap between first and second is just 10 seconds, and it means that the winner is not decided yet. Reskiavicius can take his Porsche to the first position. His lap times are so much better. Of course, during the previous lap he lost a big chunk of time thanks to that battle with another Porsche. But generally he is faster than Egidius Gelunas at the wheel of Ginetta. Here comes the leader. And that is second place car. And the gap, which was 10 seconds one lap ago, is now shrink to 5.5 seconds. So wow, wow, wow. Reskiavicius was again 4.5 seconds faster than the leader, but now there are slower cars in front of him again. But he overtakes them without any fuss. And Ilius Reskiavicius now is flying at the wheel of that number 59 Porsche. Ilius Gelunas now should see him already in the mirrors on the longer straights. Here comes Gelunas, and here is Reskiavicius. And he's certainly pushing, you see. He's using all the curbs and even more, and car is sliding here and there, and he has to correct his line with steering all the time, but it's part of the skill. Just pushing when it's needed, and it's desperately needing. Okay, Gelunas has gained speed as well, but still Reskiavicius was 1.1 seconds faster over a single lap than him. So the gap is shrinking all the time. And with 38.5 minutes still to go, that 4.5 seconds still is doable for Reskiavicius. There is no question about it. Now they are on the same straight before the hospital turn already. And Reskiavicius is making huge strides into the lead of Gelunas. Lita Hondas was overtaken by the leader, and second place car is now just maybe 20 or 30 meters behind the leader. So Reskiavicius effectively has caught the leader. But no, Reskiavicius was stuck behind the slower car for a few seconds, and it means that Gelunas got a slight lifeline for a few seconds, but I tend to think that it is not going to change the big picture. Now it's again Reskiavicius is stuck behind another car. Actually, you can't help yourself in these situations. When the slower car will be in front of you, you can't do anything about where in which part of the track or in which turns or down the straights where you will meet them. It just happens. Now, first two completely together, separated by less than 1 car length, and Reskiavicius is clearly lining up for an overtaking maneuver. Ginetta has led the race from turn 2 of the opening lap, But is it now going to lose it? Not yet. Reskiavicius is taking steady, not forcing the issue. He now can study where his rival is slower, where it's easier to jump him. Of course, it's not that easy because half of the track, or even more, here you see 2/3 of the width of the track is still wet or at least damp, and here is a good chance. Going over the bridge, having some overspeed and jumping out of the toe, and it's exactly what Reskiavicius did. Braked on the slippery part, but then arrived as the turn started, arrived on the dry, and it's done. Vilius Reskiavicius at the wheel of number 59 Porsche Baltic Karting Academy is leading the 2-hour race. And Egidius Gelunas was forced to second, but he's very secure there. More than a full lap in front of number 49 Porsche Latvia. So his task is, okay, I can't win it, let's take second. 34 minutes and a few seconds remaining. And we have a new leader. But what happens behind the top three? Number 60 Eagle Team Volkswagen is still in fourth, but they have been a little bit faster than number 49 Porsche in front of them. The gap was 20 seconds when they left the pits. Now it's down to 16 seconds, so it's going down, but very slightly, so it's unlikely that number 60 Volkswagen will catch number 49 Porsche. Then number 79 Reinhoff Motorsport BMW is in fifth, and quite firmly in fifth, because number 335 AS Motorsport Jurmala BMW Richard Chubetskis is in sixth and 13 seconds behind, plus moving much slower. Their lap times can't be compared. To be honest, 79 is so much faster. Then 7th currently belongs to number 71 Baltic Motorsports Promotion BMW with Andreas Apsitis at the wheel. 8th number 25 Daugavins Racing. There should be Gils Daugavins at the wheel in the second stint. 9th number 21 HGK Auto Racing 2. That is the car which Uldis Timax started, and Kristaps Plus is driving now. Here he comes down the back straight towards Cinema Turn. But number 80 car we saw in the same picture, and number 76, they are at least lap down, so there is no direct battle here. And top 10 is now completed by number 696 Dvaras Racing, another BMW, and it is now driven by Renaldas Mackiavicius. But here comes the leader. Vilius Reskiavicius will complete lap number 46 in a few seconds, and the gap has now grown. Let's see what the numbers tell us. It's grown to 5.5 seconds. So basically he's escaping from the closest rival, number 69 Ginetta. But there is still more than half an hour until the finish. which means the last quarter of the race is still in front of us. It's now difficult to Gelunas to even see the leader, even on the longest straight. Front straight where he was just arriving onto that straight when Reskiavicius' Porsche was already in turn 1. And lap times tell us that last time around Reskiavicius was 0.8 seconds faster than Gelunas in Zireta. So it's can be said that it's now the race to lose for Baltic Karting Academy. Their rivals are not able to catch them anymore under normal circumstances. Of course, it's a shame that Siemens Sesk's Lamborghini crashed so early in the race. We didn't see, and probably we won't see, Martin Sesks at the track. Also, the Czechoslovak team started to repair that car, but I'm not sure if they can bring it back. Now middle car puts another lap to number 25. BMW, which is driven by Gert Daugavic. Daugavic shows the indicator that he's going to keep left, and Reskiavicius can overtake him from right. Ooh! Another situation where the driver of the slower car thinks that he's going to go to the right, but then rethinks and heads to the left, and it almost led to the collision. So that's what can happen at every given moment during endurance races, where cars have very different speeds. And it's in the equal measure difficult for the drivers in the fast cars and also in slow cars, because you must look at your mirrors all the time. Those fast cars appear from absolutely nowhere. Nobody's in your mirrors, but then car is there and it's just a few meters behind you. It's really difficult for everybody here. So in top 10 it's more or less clear. The gaps are now at least in the region of 7-8 seconds, or in some occasions even full laps. So this time leader has had quite clean overtaking, jumping number 24 Honda of Maxim Avdeekov, which whose team name is so long that it's difficult to say. Okay, Osmo Racing Team by Baltic Maintenance. Let's call it Osmo simply. blue flag was shown to those two BMWs actually, but number 30, I would say maybe he didn't realize that there is another car behind him, because he just let number 335 BMW pass, but then all of a sudden the leading Porsche was behind him as well. Number 30 BMW, currently driven by Haris Kupelis. I can't say that Reskiavicius at the wheel of this car is cruising already, but his lap times are certainly not as fast as they were at the beginning of his stint. His best lap time is 1:25.3. Now he's in high 27s, but it may be because of a lot of overtaking maneuvers. Those slower cars. We just saw one lap ago how he was stuck behind one of the many BMWs right in this part of track. Now again, it wasn't that bad, and certainly that 116 didn't make it difficult for Reskiavicius, but still he simply had to wait a few seconds. And again, 1:27.0. Number 69 did 1:27.8, so the gap is widening all the time with only 24 minutes to go. And if we're looking down the timing screen, then what we see that actually we have only two cars retired. That number 15 Lamborghini after just 15 minutes, and number 55 Tarzania Racing Team Audi, which started from the back, got up to third overall on the podium position, but we saw the car hitting trouble after a regular pit stop, and according to the timing screen, it is still standing in the pits. So probably the race is over for them as well. And anyway, they can't be classified anymore. Although they still can, you must complete at least 50% of the leader's number of laps, and leaders now have completed 52 laps. Number 55 Audi has completed 27, so if they returned onto the track right now, they could be classified, but I don't think it's the case. But still, having 22 cars out of 24 running after 1 hour and almost 40 minutes, it tells us that the preparation has been very good. Cars are reliable, and drivers, even despite these very tricky conditions, are not making a lot of mistakes. It's time to look if number 49 Latvian Porsche is in trouble. No, they are not. The gap which their lead over fourth placed Eagle Racing Volkswagen was 16 seconds when we last time paid an attention to it. Now it's doubled to 33, so it's clear cut there as well. They are not closing into the podium places. all the other gaps in top 10 are rather widening than shrinking. Yes, they are. So let's see what the last 20 minutes of the race are going to bring us. We all know that the race is not over before the checkered flag has been shown. And we have seen yesterday during the sprint races there were many occasions where the last lap changed the order at the top very dramatically. Especially yesterday's second BMW Turbo Cup race, where all top 4 positions were swapped during the final lap. And it was even more spectacular before, because of the fact that it was already dark outside. The race started so late due to the delays that it became completely dark. There is no such problem today. Sun is now shining. Okay, there is we can see a lot of clouds in the sky, but generally the track is now dry and the skies are much clearer as well. 120 minutes remains. All the drivers are now more or less thinking about finishing the race, because if you look at the top 10 on the timing screen, there is no battles. There are no battles anywhere. Smallest gaps are 5.5 seconds, and they are generally rather getting larger than smaller, also maybe 7th and 8th overall between number 71 BMW and 21 BMW. Those cars are actually in the same category, BMW Cup category as well, so they both have something to prove. But here is 4th placed car, number 60, Volkswagen Golf DSA of Finnish Eagle team. Antti Hordo driving this car in the second stint. They timed their compulsory pit stop to almost a perfection, doing it quite late and being able to put on slick tires without losing any time. The track was quite dry by that time, but it's difficult to see how they could gain any more positions. They actually started from 5th, so have gained 1 position exactly, and that's due to the fact that number 15 Lamborghini is out. And this Eagle team Volkswagen is now clearly slower than number 49 Porsche in front of them, and it may be down to the tires as well, because that Volkswagen, being a front-wheel drive car in these conditions, its tire use is probably higher than the rear-wheel driven Porsche has. And Antti Hordo, I would assume, is simply managing the tires now to reach the finish in 4th. But despite that, they will be 2nd in their class if things stay as they are. Now we follow the second place car, number 69 Ginetta, re-impacts by GSR. Probably some 15 seconds behind the leader. It's not that much after 1 hour and 45 minutes of racing. Okay, we had a long full course yellow, but still 16 seconds even is the gap. But we saw how Vilius Reskiavicius at the beginning of the second stint simply flew at the wheel of that Porsche, and Egidius Gelunas, try as he might, couldn't resist and was forced to second, and as it looks, will try to reach the finish in second as well. And if it stays so, there will be the winner in their class, GTM Plus, so not a bad result anyway. Number 44 Mini is currently the last car classified in 22nd position. Lelde Jukamaa is driving that car in the second stint, but we saw how Emis Jakrinš hit trouble even before the mandatory pit stop window. At least he arrived to the pit lane after the window was opened, so at least they were not forced to pit twice, but still they are the last and moving rather slowly. 1:54 was the last lap Jukamaa managed, so she's simply trying to bring it home. Car is certainly not able to move any faster, although maybe it could, but with the risk of not reaching the finish. Jukamaa has been shown the blue flag here, and number 5 Artes Krovny overtakes her. Number 80, the sole wagon bodied car in the competition. We have seen this car for years in BTCC sprint races, and it had achieved some, I think, top 10 results, several top 10 results. So the car is not certainly slower than coupes or sedans, which all are allowed by the regulations. But still, it's quite strange to see that car. But it's running quite okay. They are now in 14th position. With very little hope to climb upper, and with very little opportunities to lose their position as well. And here comes the leader, with just 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Vilius Reškevičius at the wheel of that Porsche has extended his lead to 20 seconds already. His pace is not great, but it's not needed anymore. He now can afford to simply cruise. Of course, the tires are not at their best anymore. He put a lot of effort in at the beginning of his stint to catch a leader, which he did, and then took the lead and simply drove away from 96 Ginetta, Egidijus Kelunas, and now moving towards the victory. But then another change of the order are on the cards in top 10, and there is again number 25 Daugavins Racing involved, but no, they are not closing into number 71 Baltic Motorsport Promotion, similar BMW in front of them, quite the opposite. Number 696 Tvaras Racing BMW is catching them. And of course 696 BMW is from a different category, so there is no fight in their own category, but Renaldas Macikavicius at the wheel of that faster car crossed the line just 0.6 seconds behind Kirts Daugavins at number 25 BMW, so looking at the trend, I would think that at the end of the current lap the positions will be already swapped. Leading car has now completed 62 laps. And we will see what the gap to the second placed car is, but it certainly is more than 20 seconds. Vilius Reškevičius has done a perfect job here. And of course, Rokas Kvedaras during the first stint did his best as well, keeping P2 and giving the car to his teammate in a very good position. Now 24 seconds, almost 25 seconds is the gap. And yes, now Tvaras Racing BMW is in 8th and has pushed Daugavins BMW to 9th. And maybe they are able, maybe Tvaras Racing is able to catch another car, number 71 Baltic Motorsport BMW in front of them. Although the gap is almost 10 seconds, so it's unlikely because there is less than 7 minutes remaining. Here the leader crosses the timing line for 63rd time, and Richard Šubetskis in 3.355 BMW will be lapped once again. It will be for 5th time already. Such the difference in speeds, and it must be said that Šubetskis is doing hell of the job here because he's in front of several much faster cars. But talking about number 71 BMW versus number 696 BMW, it's not clear yet because that Tvaras Racing machine cut the gap by 2.8 2.8 seconds during one single lap, and 7.1 seconds you see on your timing screen. Maybe not enough, because we have, I think, 4 more laps. Or maybe 3. Rather 4, yeah. 4 more laps. And the leader crosses the timing line for 64th time, and now really he is cruising. Ilias Reskiavicius is cruising. His lap times are now some 2.5 seconds slower than the best one he has shown. But his lead is huge. There is no one he must fight with. Caution is what is needed now. And just steady pace, nothing else. And Varas Racing versus Baltic Motorsport Promotion, 7th and 8th. Those two cars now are separated by just 4.8 seconds, so that gap is shrinking very quickly. I haven't seen those cars for quite a long time. But nevertheless, they're getting closer and closer to each other. And now 696 here. And that first car down the straight is number 71, which he's catching. But it's not that easy, because there are some other BMWs on the way, although they should allow him past. But there is no blue flag, so that those drivers simply don't know that they have to let another car past. Three minutes remaining, and now in this duel, number 31 has gained about a second, and it may be a real lifeline. But I would say that 696 has lost its speed. It's certainly moving much slower than we have seen during the last laps. It's a diesel car. But it's not racing. Maybe they are also fighting with some problem and are now just trying to bring that car home. And they are very principled duel between two Estonian BMWs, actually from the same team, or at least serviced by the same team. Number 87 on your left and number 80 on your right. But 87, actually those people in number 87 used that car, drove that car, which is now carrying number 8, so it's very familiar for them. Raido Sarapuu and Peeter Koera overtaking their former car. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. We are closing into the finish. So 696 BMW behind 3 more BMWs, and here comes the leader, and now I can say that this car is on its penultimate lap. The next one will be the final one. One minute more, and it means that several cars will be lapped once more. 79,990 and 36 BMWs, and probably one of those Kaslita cars in front as well. Let's keep eye on what happens between number 71 and 696 BMWs as well. They are fighting for 7th and 8th overall. Now should cross the timing line in a few seconds. And what is the gap? It was 3.3 seconds. It's now 3 seconds, almost exactly. So just 1 lap and 3 seconds to gain and to perform an overtaking maneuver. Oh, it's possible, but it's very, very difficult. Meanwhile, leader now has just 1 more turn, and then the checkered flag will be shown him. And here comes Baltic Karting Academy Porsche number 59. Vilius Reskiavicius brought it over the line as a winner. Rokas Kvedaras was the man who started the car and gave it over to his teammate in 2nd position. So they are safely at home as winners. 5th place car of Reinhoff Motorsport, Sven Garus at wheel, is at home as well. And here comes the 2nd place and 5th place, 6th place cars as well. 69 Ginetta in 2nd and 335 BMW in 6th. Number 60 Eagle Team Volkswagen takes 4th. And just 1 top 6 car is still missing, and number 71 here crossing the line in front of 2 more BMWs, and it means that number 71 Baltic Motorsport promotion car stays in 7th, 696 Dvaras Racing BMW stays in 8th, and Daugavens Racing number 25 BMW 9th. So that's it. 2 hours have passed since the start. We have 22 cars classified. Actually, 1 car is still, Auto Kaslita ladies car, which crossed the line just in front of the winner, is still out on the track, but it is not going to change anything. They are taking P20. And yes, 22 cars are classified. Number 44 Mini completed 53 laps, the winners in number 59, 68 laps, and that's it. But we are not done yet with our daily program, because there are some rather short races still to start. Here are the trophies which will be awarded very soon. 17:30, it is in 10 minutes, although I suspect there may be some slight delay. Let's see. But 17:30 Formula Historic Race 2 should start, and then at 18:05 Lithuanian Touring Car League B Race 2. And here is the conditions during the start. Track was very wet, and we actually, from these pictures, we didn't see how Artur Šimis in that Lamborghini lost his lead. And that is how number 60 Volkswagen Finnish Eagle Team almost spun. But anyway, they lost a position in that move to number 55 Audi, who retired later. And there is deciding moment probably of the race. And this car certainly hit the wall, and not once but twice. It wasn't just the other car which hit Lamborghini. But anyway, shame anyway.
All right, guys, here we are in the Parc Fermé after 2-hour endurance race in the Baltic Karting Academy. Winners of the race in WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. Vilius, congratulations on the whole team are cheering for you as well. Absolutely fantastic. Cheers, guys. A round of applause to the winners. It's unbelievable. I mean, talk us through the second stint. It was quite hectic. You had to actually fight for it.
Yeah, I had to, and for me it was, the conditions were very fun since it was drying out and the track wasn't fully dry and there was only the trajectory that was dry, so it was very tricky on that end. So I really like to drive in these conditions. They are, you know, for me very, very familiar, and I love them. And well, the battle itself, it wasn't very very long, but it was very fun, both respectful from both the drivers, and yeah, I enjoyed it a lot.
It was fantastic to watch you guys performing so well this weekend. Obviously, in a track that itself is already challenging, but in these conditions, from wet to dry conditions. Now, there's a lot of traffic usually in the endurance race. How you were coping with the rest of the teams?
Well, it really depended. When I was trying to catch GSR, I was risking quite a lot with the traffic, and but after we the situation kind of calmed down, it was manageable.
All right, congratulations once again. We'll see you in the top spot of the podium as well. Fantastic outcome, of course, from the 2-hour race and the top 3 teams. Obviously, in each of the classes, and there's going to be a prize-giving ceremony for each of the classes as well. Now, Porsche Latvia team, absolute legends as well. Vakarīgs and Palma doing a fantastic job. Let's have a chat with them. Let's see what the feedback is. Let him take off the helmet. Of course, we can see your face for sure. But it's been also an incredible drive from the Porsche Latvia team, and a well done, well-deserved podium. How do you feel after the race? You look a little bit tired, my man.
Yeah, it was a bit shady at the beginning because it was sliding a bit, but somewhere in the middle it was getting better and better. But in general, I think we could do better. So see you next season as well. Oh,
that's good news. I mean, there's always place for some improvement, but overall, there was challenging race from point of view of weather and the track conditions, from wet to dry. How did the team manage all the situations?
I think it was pretty challenging in terms of performance, because at some point I thought that I can push, but it wasn't like that. So at that sense, if you have rain, it's pretty obvious. You drive in one style, and then if it's semi, then you need to adapt all the time, and it's getting tired and stressy and so on.
Overall, congratulations once again. Well-deserved podium. This is fantastic. All right, guys, this is it. We are rounding up. We're rounding up the 2-hour endurance race, WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. But that's not it. That's not all. Of course, we have still few races to come, including race 2 for the historic formulas. And we'll see the Lithuanian Championship out there as well as the Baltic Time Attack at the end of the race. And at the end of the weekend, of course, sun is shining. The weather is perfect. All of those fans that have joined us here in Bitaniki, legendary racetrack in Riga, Latvia, are enjoying this. And I hope you were enjoying this as well over the TV screens and phone screens, wherever you're watching. So now let's head back out to the start grid and see what the racing action brings us.
This is Yauda, powering the Baltics for over 60 years. From high-voltage substations to precision metalworks, we bring speed, energy, and unstoppable power. Our CE-certified solutions keep industries moving and cities alive across Latvia and Europe.
Yauda, power that drives the future.
Kad sportā iestājas klusums, tas nozīmē tikai vienu – gatavojies negaisam.
Caur sīderāba virzi gāju, nezāriņa nenolauzu.
Sports atgriežas mājās. 1-1 LV.
Netīrs auto un nav laika, lai salons un virsbūve spīd kā jauni. WashCar, mēs tīram auto tur, kur tu esi. Mājās, darbā vai sporta zālē, pasūti WashCar aplikācijā un baudi tīrību.
While the prize giving ceremony for the 2-hour race is still going on, we are now switching to what is happening on the track, and currently not much is happening, but all the 14 single-seaters are now on the grid for the race 2, and the remarkable thing is that all 14 cars which started race 1 reached the finish, and all 14 are at the start for race 2, and it's Rob Morse in number 8 Chevron, and believe it or not, but that car is probably the oldest on the grid, from 1977, and its car's first driver was Derek Daly, who later made his name in Formula 1. Those who remember probably the craziest race of all time, 1982 Monaco. Derek Daly was the Williams driver by that time, and he had his only chance of winning a race there. And here is the winner of race 1, Raitis Mūrnieks. He was the winner in qualification, started from pole position, stayed in front at the start, and it was a rather easy game. He just ran away from all the others. Of course, his sight was much better because there was no spray in front of him. He had some spray in front of him later when he started to overtake slower cars, but it was quite an easy game for him. His margin of victory was 28 seconds. Eventually over Jakul, who was second, and Kul had second best lap time also, which means that he will start from second. Andres Kriikis, who started from second, ran in that position for the best part of first race as well, but later lost out to Kuhl, finished in third, and his lap time was third best as well. He's joined in row 2 by Polish driver David Pokier, who is on the very right side of your screens here in number 48, Estonia 25. Then Nestor Virdala starting from 5th in number 28, Tatus, which is Formula 4 car from 2014, and now on dry track he may even be one of favorites for the victory. He was very fast yesterday during the practice on more or less dry track, but certainly didn't feel very confident or comfortable on the wet. Let's see what he can do this time. Then number 1 car next in P6 is Ain Lähker in Estonia 25. He had some battle with the others, namely Pokier first and then with Virdala also, but lost out. Number 57 is the fastest of Formula Eastern drivers, Sten Suban. We have 3 categories here. Mainly the largest number of cars are Formula Mondial, which means they have 16cc engines. Then Formula Eastern cars have 13cc engines, and the third category is Formula Open. As it said, it's open. Nestor Virdala's Tatus, for example, is from that category, as is Rob Moore's number 8 Chevron. He is starting from P9. And yes, skies have cleared out, sun is shining, track is maybe not completely dry, but here on the main street you can see no signs of wet patches. But on the other side of the track, where the tarmac is under the trees and there is no direct sunshine, I think the situation can be a little bit different. But on the other hand, we saw during the endurance race that racing line is completely dry, and the tri line widened and widened and widened over the time. So maybe the conditions are not ideal, but they are good anyway. Few minutes still to wait.
In WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025, and so in second place all the way from Finland, it's Eagle Team. And the winners in GTM category, it's Baltic Karting Academy. All right, nice pictures for the memory books. All right, guys, that's the gentleman move. The champagne will go to the ladies, of course, after this. And now we continue with the Nankang Endurance Academy. And so in this classification, third place goes to Baltic Motorsport Promotion. Second place, RS Motorsport Jurmala. And finally, the winners of Nangang Endurance Academy. First place goes to Rain Up Motorsports. And now let's hear the national anthem of the winning team from Estonia. Round of applause to the top 3 teams in Nangang Endurance Academy, Baltic Motorsport Promotion, RS Motorsport Jurmala, and winners Rain Up Motorsports. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now it is time for some champagne showers for sure. Let's go, guys! Woohoo! Nice! Oh, super, super, super. All right, thank you very much, guys. All right, we will continue with the 2-hour endurance race for the BTC3 category. And so, on the 3rd spot of the podium, it's HGK Roder Racing 1. Second place in BTC3, it's Dvaras Racing. And finally, the winners. First place, Rain Up Motorsport. All right, and I think now it's the perfect time for well-deserved champagne showers. Let's go, guys. Woo! That's the way to celebrate. Perfect. Super, super. Ah, and the lady gets it as well. Oh, my God. Beautiful. Round of applause to the BTC3 top teams. Well done. All right, thank you very much, guys. All right, we will continue with the BTC2 category. And so on the 3rd spot of the podium, it's Autoka Slita ladies team. Whoop, whoop. Second place in BTC2, it's Autoka Slita. And finally the winners. First place in BTC2 category, it's Osmo Racing Team. And of course, as usual, the ladies are leaving the podium, but the guys are spraying some champagne. Let's go! Let's go, come on, you can do it! Yes! Ah, the champagne will go to the ladies then. Thank you very much. Wow. All right, we continue with the BTC1 category. And so, in 2-hour race, second place is LDV Racing. And the winners in BTC1 category, first place, MKM Racing. All right, and the champagne is already open. Let's go. That was a quick one. Here we go. Round of applause to the BTC1 category teams. Well done. All right, 2 more categories to go. And so next one up is BMW Turbo Cup. And straight on the top spot of the podium, first place, the winners, Rode Racing. BMW Turbo Cup winners, only one team in this race. And so the podium is all yours, Rode Racing winning the BMW Turbo Cup. Where are our winners? BMW Turbo Cup winners, Rode Racing. Where's our driver? Okay, here we go. Finally. Okay, thank you very much. And finally, the BMW 325 Cup. Really good competition there. But so, in third place, Daugavpils Racing Team. Second place, Baltic Motorsport Promotion. And finally, the winners of the 325 BMW Cup. First place, RS Motorsport Jurmala.
Meanwhile, the engines have started roaring again, and single-seaters are beginning their warm-up lap before race 2. Here is the starting grid, and pay attention to Nestor Virdala, number 28. He is just in P5 on the grid, but nevertheless, yesterday when the free practice was held on the dry track, he was clearly the fastest. His lap time then was 1:22.5, and he was almost a second faster than anyone else. First race today, and the qualification in morning were held on wet track, very wet track I should say. Now you can see that although there are wet patches on the track and even maybe standing water somewhere, generally the racing line is dry, even not only the narrow racing line, but maybe 2 cars can go side by side through certain turns. So it means that speeds are certainly up, maybe not to that level 1:22, but if we look at the best lap times from race 1, Raitis Murnieks, who is starting from pole and was a winner in that race. He set the best lap of 1:30.777. I think it will be beaten easily by the majority of competitors here. And probably the gaps will not be that large as they were in race 1. Let's see, 15 minutes is the duration of the race as usual, and it is the penultimate sprint race today. Actually penultimate race in our broadcast. The event itself continues here at Pikernicki, who is a Baltic time attack session, but that is not racing in the sense that they are not racing each other, but only with the clock to set the best time. Anyway, single-seaters are now back from historic single-seaters, should I say, are now back from their warm-up lap. And yes, cameraman, pay attention to number 28, Nestor Virdala. We're starting from P5, but let's see what he can do with this 10-year-old Formula 4 car against much older. These cars, majority of Estonia 21s are from 1980s, so at least 40 years old. Let's see now. Lights are going on and Virdala is in this picture. And out we go. And Rob Moors had very good getaway. He instantly jumped 2 cars and Virdala is already in second. Virdala is already in second. He's on the inside going into elbow turn. Yes, Andres Krikis tried to challenge him, but Virdala stayed. Virdala stayed. So Krikis is now trying once again, but Virdala stays on the dry line and Krikis can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Murnieks has got a quite good lead and David Pocke here is challenging Jaak Kuhl, and there is also Rob Moors already. So Kuhl, who started from front row, has... Oh, and that is Pocke in the gravel. Fortunately, he is back on the track now, but has lost his speed. Is there something wrong with his car after that gravel excursion? We don't know, but Moors is now in front of Kuhl in 4th, but top 3 are all together. Murnieks has been caught both by Virdala and Krikis. Then there is about at least 100 meters of free tarmac, and then comes Moors in 4th, bringing Kuhl with him. Certainly that Formula 4 car is not fastest down the straights, but as a newer car, it's suspension probably and aerodynamics maybe are better. But let's see now. Virdala is all over Murnieks, but the difficult question has a little moment here over the bridge, but the difficult question is where he can overtake his Latvian rival, and then there is Krikis also behind him, so not an easy life for Virdala between 2 Latvians. And Krikis is now jumping to the inside through Cinema. Can he keep P2? And the answer is yes. So Krikis went for it. I think Virdala still keeps some safety margin because his Latvian rivals know this track much, much better. And now Krikis is all over Murnieks. Virdala stays with them. It's a nice battle between 3 cars at the front. 1:24 were the lap times, except Greekis, who set the fastest time, 1:23.7. So that 1:22.5 from yesterday morning. And here comes Greekis into the cinema turn, onto the inside, onto the dry line, and he took the lead away from Murnieks. Murnieks tries to retaliate into cinema. Yeah, the previous turn, of course, was Hospital, and now he went wide. And does it give an opportunity to Virdala? Yes, it did. Virdala jumped Murnieks as well. He's now second, but it's certainly not over. But it's now opportunity for Greekis to simply pull away if Virdala and Murnieks start to battle between themselves. .955 is Greekis' best lap time, set on lap 3. Now Virdala all over Greekis. Still, you can see that Greekis has much more confidence in the most tricky parts of the track, especially over bridge. Virdala loses out there a little bit, but not too much. And here Virdala, out of Hospital, didn't use the full width of the track, and track is quite bumpy here, of course. Greekis knows those small details to perfection. Virdala maybe not so much. But let's see. Fourth lap is going to be completed in a few seconds. And in certain parts of track, it looks like that Greekis is running away from Virdala. Here on the main straight, Virdala is closing in again, and have shown the battle for the best position in Formula Eastern between Sten Subban and Kalev Nurmik. Here comes Virdala, but no. Greekis knows exactly what he does. He stays on the dry line, and Virdala can't use the alternative line to go onto the wet. But here comes Virdala now, and can he stay on the track? He tried to emulate the move Greekis did a few laps ago against Murnieks, but Virdala is now on the outside of cinema. Can he stay in front of? Yes, he could. So that was a really brave move by Virdala. There are some slower cars in front of them, and Virdala is now the new leader. Fortunately, they managed to pass one slow car. Now they pass another. What is Urban's is this. I think the first one was Ireneusz Mokrzycki. And here is the top 3. 5 laps completed, still together, but Nestor Virdala is now the leader. It should be a little bit easier for him now, because he can use ideal dry line everywhere, especially here between elbow and bridge is the most difficult part, and he pulls away. He really pulls away here. Greekis is now in second, but Murnieks keeps his pace and is moving in a tow of his countryman. But the difficult part is to jump out of the slipstream and try to overtake. They have very similar cars. Virdala should now run away. He should be much faster. And his fastest lap now, which he set 2 laps ago, is 1:22.4. And that is already faster than he was yesterday morning. Two slower cars in front of the leaders. Once again, Raul Armar number 42, and then there is Hartmut Heidecke number 5. Grikis was forced onto the wet part of the track, and he had to reduce the speed just to lift. And here it's Murnieks the same. Murnieks hit the same trouble. And you see what it means to the gaps. They were all together just half a minute ago, but now especially Murnieks lost out severely. They were overtaking back markers. And looks like Ein Lacher has retired. He's shown 2 laps down. Seven laps are now completed by leaders, and finally Virdala managed to pull away from Grikis. We saw that situation clearly exactly 1 lap ago, and it was due to the back markers. It's the same story like we saw during the endurance race. Cars with different speeds. They create situations. You can't do nothing about it. These situations just occur, and that's it. So Virdala, Grikis, Murnieks now separated, clearly separated, but with 4.5 minutes to go. I think especially Murnieks should be able, or may be able, to close into Grikis. And both Virdala and Grikis are now in 1:21s with their lap times. Grikis, by the way, 1:21.999, but still the first 3 numbers are the right ones. And Virdala 1:21.7. We've seen some very good racing. Single seaters now, Virdala is clearly pulling away, and I think Grikis is feeling that there is no more point to push anyway. Murnieks, on the other hand, is pushing. He's pushing as much as he can, and he gained almost 6/10 against Grikis, but with just 3.5 minutes to run, it may be too little too late. And if the race ends in this way, who is going to be the overall winner? I think it will be Raitis Murnieks, his first race victory, 3rd from here. Virdala was just 5th in race 1. So Grikis was 3rd, 2nd from this one. So yes, as it stands, Raitis Murnieks will be the overall winner of the meeting. And here for a moment we saw the battle for first position in Formula Eastern. Sten Suban closely stays in front of Kalev Nurmik. There Ireneusz Mokrzycki was seen in the background as well, as the leaders are coming already. 2 minutes remaining. It means that when Virtala crosses the finish line next time, it will probably be the final lap. Krikis and Murniaks had almost identical lap times. Oh. Now Virtala is taking very safe. There was much slower car of Kalernormik in front of him, but Virtala waited through the cinema turn and didn't go for it. And it's the same story here. Sten Suban is in front of him. Virtala just waited and now is going to jump Suban on the main straight. Yes, 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining, and it means that Nestor Virtala just started the final lap of this race. Valeris Urbans is the next one who will be lapped. And Murniaks until now hasn't closed in. Okay, he has actually. He gained half a second against Krikis, but now they were overtaking those slower cars. And what is the outcome? Can we see it? Krikis was coming, so at least in this moment he was in front of Murniaks. But what the gap is, here is Krikis, and Murniaks is still behind. Then Suban now he overtakes Suban and goes for Krikis, but it is really late because just 7 seconds of the race time remaining. That means that the start-finish marshal already has a checkered flag prepared, and Nestor Virtala will see it as first now. So Virtala will be the winner. Krikis takes second. Of course, he's a class winner, and Murniaks is third overall, and Sten Suban in number 57 is the winner in Formula Eastern. So all three winners crossed the finish line in a space of about 3 seconds. Rob Moore's fourth overall, very good performance from him. He certainly was very cautious during the first race on the wet track, but it paid out. And here Kanyakul held off David Bokeh, who had an excursion into the gravel. Yes, he could. It was just 0.84 seconds, which saved Kuhl. He's fifth overall, Bokeh sixth. Interesting to see what their lap times. Bokeh was 1:24.6 was fastest, Kuhl 1:25.5. So yeah, Bokeh was about a lap per second faster, but for that gravel moment he lost out and couldn't earn more than sixth. So that was it. Good racing. What can we say? Really good one. Nestor Virtala, as suspected, despite starting from fifth, took a very good start and put his car into good use. Murniaks tried to escape, but both Virtala and Krikis were soon at his way. They swapped positions for several times, but eventually, and that's a moment for David Bokeh. It was great save from him here. Krikis got the lead briefly, but here comes Virtala, and this time Krikis retaliated. But then Virtala waited for a few laps and took what belonged to him. And here's the finish. So that's it.
All right, guys, here we are at the Parc Fermé after the historic Formula race number 2. And of course, the winner in overall, it's Nestor Virtala in his open class Formula. straight ahead, receiving some blowers from the mechanics to cool down the engine. Of course, after the stop, we'll try to have a chat with Virtal after he takes off his helmet. And, of course, congratulate him with the victory. What a fantastic drive from position number 5 at the start and with the position number 1 at the finish line. It's definitely a good race. Congratulations. It was a good run. It looked really fun out there. The start of the race, the first 10 minutes were hectic. The battle between you, Gritis, and Murnieks. How was it out there?
It was nice. Car works fine, yeah. And yeah.
You happy with the track conditions now? It is definitely better than in race 1 with the wet.
Yeah.
Felt more confident.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. We'll see you on the top spot of the podium now. Murnieks is also with us. Now, I think I congratulate you straight away with the top spot of the podium in overall classification in 2 races in Formula Mondial. But the second race was more fun for us to watch than the first one.
Yeah, definitely it was more fun. But this time Anders had the tire advantage, and I think I did a false start maybe also. Okay. So, yeah.
Overall, it was so much fun to watch. The first 10 minutes of the race were fantastic. All 3 of you battling it out. 2 leader changes throughout those laps. It was amazing.
Yeah, backseaters. Anders was more good with backseaters, and I got them on the corner, so I fell back. Yeah.
All right, congratulations. We'll see you in the top spot on the podium in a second. All right, that's the Formula historic race done and dusted. Anders Murnieks, Anders and Raitis now congratulating each other. And we are getting ready for the prize giving ceremony, of course. Straight after the race, the results will be ready in a second. So we'll see you at the podium, all of you, in a second.
And indeed, Raitis Murnieks got false start. It usually means 10 seconds will be added to his race time, but he still will be third. And we will return in 1.5 minutes.
We will start straight away with Formula Open category. All right, Yanis, we're ready? We're ready. Let's go. Formula Open in WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. Second place, Rob Morris. The wrong cup, okay. That's all right. Second place, yeah? All right, all right. And of course, Formula Open winner, first place this weekend. Give it up to Nestori Virtala. All right, some pictures for the memory bigs. Looking good, boys. Thank you very much for racing it out this weekend here in Riga and Bitjanik. Thank you. What do you think? Will there be any champagne showers? There should be, because that's a celebration of a podium. So let's go. Champagne showers are now. Whoop, whoop. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Yes, the bottle's open. Let's go. This is nice. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Well done, well done. Can't wait to have you back in Bitjanik racetrack. And we continue with Formula Easter category in WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. And so in Formula Easter, third place, Raul Arma. Second place in Formula Easter, it's Kalev Normek. Preparing the champagne already? Okay, that's a good move. And now finally, the winner. 2 wins in 2 races. First place, give it up to Sten Subon. And now let's hear the national anthem of the winning driver from Estonia. Another.
And back to the action on the track. Lithuanian Touring Car Championship Liga B has started their warm-up laps, actually warm-up lap and then formation lap before race 2. And we have, first of all, we have one bad news, which is a good news for several others, namely number 55 car, Karolis Bledis, who won race 1 by a huge margin, and I mean huge, is not here. We saw that car starting in the 2-hour endurance race as well, starting from the very last position, due to not competing taking part in qualification, going up to third overall, but then retiring due to the engine problem, and looks like that problem was terminal because Bledis is not on the grid. And it means, of course, that somebody will inherit that victory. What we saw in the first race, there was some close competition initially between Lukas Samulionis and Arnoldas Pukis, but eventually Samulionis finished the race almost 5 seconds in front of Pukis, with Ovidius Latosa in fourth then. So they should be the main contenders here as well, and with Bledis missing, Samulionis is the only car starting from front row, then Pukis and Latosa starting from row 2. Of course, those lap times shown in race 2 don't tell us much because the track was wet then. Now it's almost completely dry. For comparison, Bledis' best lap time was then 1:34. We will see how many cars will be faster than him, but I would think many of those cars. Again, probably Samulionis and Pukis will battle for the victory, but who will be third overall, it remains to be seen, because Ovidius Latosa and Egintas Alexandravicius, they were also very closely matched. Now the warm-up lap is over and formation lap starts. And then rolling start will be given for the 15 minutes race. And of course we must keep an eye on number 30, Krišjānis Oskerko, who is the only non-Lithuanian in this race. We have seen Oskerko in B80cc races during a few years. He has been not maybe the victory contender, but certainly at the top in BMW 325 Cup races. But in this competition, I think he is kind of handicapped overall, because that BMW Cup car is not that powerful as the majority of all the others. There are several categories, of course. Bledis was the only one in GT category. Then there are several cars in RB 3000. First two among them. Then another category is BMW 2500. It's exactly for the cars like Oskerko runs, BMW 325 Cup cars. Then there is Turbo Trophy, and there are some Volkswagen Golfs and Seat Leons, and also Ovidius Latosa's BMW is falling into that category. But now grid is forming as the cars are going through the cinema turn. Actually, in Latvian, that turn is called Kinostudia, because Riga Film Studio was situated just behind the track, a few hundred meters from that place. But it's several drivers from the other countries have adopted the name of cinema, although there hasn't been any cinema there, just a film studio. Now cars going through Motor Museum, and really Motor Museum is in this area on the left side. Here on the right side, that big grey building in the background, that's Riga Motor Museum, worth of visiting. Now going through the turn which is called Sand Hill, that's for the dunes in this part of the track. And then final turn Sailor, which is named by Estonian racing driver Hans Seiler, who was killed here in 1968. And now everything is ready for race 2 of LTCC B, or B League as they call it. And here we go. So Samulionis and Pukis fighting for the lead. Latoja probably losing out a little bit to Aleksandrovicius. Aleksandrovicius is on the inside and really going for it, taking third. So first three, yes, they are all those RB 3000 category cars, and Oskerko somehow has managed to jump one car. Even two. But let's see what happens next. Track is now almost dry, and it means that those drivers in more powerful cars can put that power to a better use. Latoja goes wide through Hospital turn. Again, that is called so because of the hospital, which is there about half a kilometer. And Latoja and Oskerko both jumped Aleksandrovicius because the latter had very bad exit from hospital. But here is the leading duo. This time Pukis is in front of Samolis. But the question is, can he keep this position? First time in the first race it was the opposite. Samulionis felt much more comfortable on the wet track, but this time the tarmac is dry, more or less. Latoja now firmly in third. But Samulionis is going for it into turn 2. We couldn't see what was the outcome. But it's still the same. Pukis is in front. So no changes in top 6. Pukis, Samulionis, Latoja, Oskerko, Aleksandrovicius and Martinas Kudakas in number 77 Volkswagen Golf is in 6th. And there are some raindrops on the camera lens. Does it mean that drizzle had started once again here in the start-finish area? I can't see any sign of it. Probably not. And of course it will influence the speed of the car, but Oskerko this time is doing a really good job. He has pulled away from Aleksandrovicius and now is at the bay of Latoja, who is driving much more powerful. Okay, they're all BMWs in top 5, but very different BMWs. Leading to now completing second lap already, and again Samulionis gets a little bit better exit from Seiler. Can he jump his countryman? No, he can't, and Pukis is covering the inside of elbow turn as well. He has some slide on the exit, but so does Samulionis. So nothing changed here. Latoja still is third, but what is Oskerko doing? Can he stay? No, he can't stay with Latoja. That's certainly the case. Their gap is 1.2 seconds already, but on the other side he's pulling away from Aleksandrovicius. But here is the change of the lead on the cards. That was really good maneuver from Samulionis. He went onto the inside and then maybe released the brake a little bit, not to let his rival take the outside line. That was really well executed maneuver from Lukas Samulionis, and as a result he's a new leader in this race. And now it's his turn to try and pull away. which he is already doing. Of course, it's not a miracle if we look at the results from race 1. Their gap there was some 4 seconds. Even more, 4.7 seconds. But Oskerko more or less can live with the base of Latoja. Meanwhile, Alexandravicius has dropped away. Udakas has overtaken him. We didn't see what happened there. Was it some mistake from Alexandravicius, or is it a problem probably with his car? Aha, but here is certainly a problem with the car for number 35, Dovydas Jakstas. He was rolling off the track at elbow onto the escape road, and here is third and fourth, Ovidus Latoja against Krišjānis Oskerko, and Oskerko is all over his Lithuanian rival. Oskerko is performing miracles here. He shouldn't be there. He certainly shouldn't be there. Latoja should simply pull away on the straights. Maybe not so through the turns, but certainly on the straights. That turbo BMW should be much better, but he's sliding too much. Maybe his tires are crying enough already after some 6.5 minutes, but his car was wildly sliding through final 2 turns. It may be that tire pressures are not correct or whatever. Between the leaders there is nothing changed. Arnoldas Bukis in number 1 car, which is not in position number 1 but position number 2, has set the fastest lap, 1:34.661. Just marginally faster than Samuolis, but still. And the gap on the line was 0.7 seconds. And lap times from Latoja and Oskerko were almost identical. Now leaders are going to complete their 5th lap. They have pulled away from all the others. So no question where is the winner coming. Winner is coming from the first duo, from the leading duo. But what happens here? Of course, both those drivers, Ovidus Latoja and Krišjānis Oskerko, are leaders in their respective classes. But certainly, especially Oskerko, I think, has something to prove. Of course, you want to jump a much more powerful car on the track, but the fact itself that Oskerko has managed to stay with that much newer, much more powerful car throughout first 5 laps is worth of mentioning. And here Latoja made now a mistake over the bridge, went a little bit too wide. Can Oskerko use it? Probably not, because Latoja is covering the inside line into hospital. Now Oskerko jumps onto the outside, and here is drag racing towards the cinema. Latoja should have an advantage here, but Oskerko's nose is in front, and he takes the place. So Krišjānis Oskerko is now 3rd overall, having used mistake made by Ovidius Latoja. That is really good result from Oskerko. It was hard to expect such a performance from him, because his BMW, which is prepared under regulations of BMW 325 Cup, has only 218 horsepower, basically a production engine. But now he's in third overall. Meanwhile, between the leaders, there is a little change in the fact that Lukas Samulionis has beaten the fastest lap of Arnoldas Pukis by 0.003 of a second, 0.003. But on the other hand, as you can see in real time, Pukis is all over his rival as they go through cinema, and there is one slower car, probably Auguste Rupschite in front of them. Yes, it is. So Rupschite lets them by. No time lost here for the leaders. And just 4 minutes remaining. Just 4 minutes remaining, and it means that last 3 laps have begun. Tires are squeaking as they go through elbow turn, then onto the backside of the track through General, which is turn 3, and then towards the bridge. It's probably the trickiest part of this very tricky track, but it went smoothly for both of them. Now heavy braking into Hospital, and Pukis goes to the outside. Can he use his momentum? Is there any overlap? It's no, there is not. But Samulionis was forced to cover the inside already into the cinema, and it shows that Pukis has not given up yet. Only 2.5 minutes remaining. 2 more laps. And Oskerko in third has now pulled away from Latoja. The gap is there more than 2 seconds. But Latoja is firmly in fourth, because Kudakas is more than 5 seconds down the road behind him. But what happens to the leaders? Pukis takes again wide line, and there is contact when Samulionis went sliding. He caught it, but I think there was a slight contact. Now what happens side by side, but the track is not fully dry, and Pukis probably made a wise decision here. Didn't challenge Samulionis anymore through that part of track. But Samulionis is certainly under pressure, and this time Pukis tries the inside, because there was not any serious attempts to overtake. But Pukis' arsenal is quite wide. He's trying here and there, just trying to find where Samulionis is not that strong. Until now he hasn't found that crack in his armor. And final lap is beginning. Just one more lap to go, and Lukas Samulionis and Arnoldas Pukis are going to decide who will be the winner in LTCCB Race 2, overall winner. Oh, Pukis had a little moment here, and can he stay on the regular? Ran a little bit too wide and lost a few tenths to the leader here. It may mean that his challenge is now over. Oskerko crossed the line in third, Latoja in fourth, and it's probably decided between themselves as well, but Martinas Kudakas and Lauridas Savitskas were almost together. Here again Pukis tries into the hospital, got a slide, and there was some paint trading between them, but nothing too serious, just a slight contact. But it's probably done now. Samulionis kept the lead, and there may be a tire defect for Pukis because his pace has dropped dramatically in the final turns, but fortunately for him the race will be over. He's through the final turn as well, and Lukas Samulionis takes the victory. Arnoldas Pukis second, and it all means that Samulionis will be an overall winner of the meeting as well. Krišjānis Oskerko, the only non-Lithuanian driver in this competition, will take third, but there is still some time to wait until he reaches the finish. And here he goes. So Oskerko was eventually 28.7 seconds behind the winner. Ovidius Latoja fourth. They both, Oskerko winner in BMW 2500 category, and Latoja the winner in Turbo Trophies. So that was it. All the cars, not all, 10 cars out of 14 are now over the line. A few ones still out there. Actually, it looks like Dovydas Jakstas has retired. He has completed only 3 laps. Yes, we saw him rolling off the track at Elbow, so the race was over for him with that, and it means that all 13 cars are now over the line. Lukas Samulionis the winner, Arnoldas Pukis second, and Krišjānis Oskerko took fine third position overall. So now I can say that that's it with races during the WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. We will have some activities on the track because Baltic Time Attack Session 3 will start in few minutes, but it's not a race in the sense that they are racing one by one just against the clock, not between themselves. And that's a moment when Jakstas pulled off. And here is probably the moment when Oskerko jumped Latoja on the outside of Hospital Turn and then completed the move into Cinema Turn. Again, down to the track knowledge, no doubt here. There is final few laps which were quite eventful for both Samulionis and Pukis. There were a few contacts here during the final lap, but nothing changed at the end. So that was it. Over to Oskars.
All right, guys, here we are at the Park Fair May. Of course, the last WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025 sprint race is done and dusted with Lukas Samulionis taking the win in this one in a fantastic battle. He's happy, of course he is. And we, of course, will be celebrating on the podium as well. What a battle it was throughout the whole race number 2 of the 15 minutes in the legendary Biternieki racetrack. The teams are cheering, and of course, it's absolutely fantastic to have the Lithuanian Championship and all the drivers to race here this weekend with us. Now let's wait for Lucas to come out of the car, and let's have a chat with him about the impressions here in Riga in Latvia this weekend. All right, here is the man, the winner of the race 2. Lucas, congratulations. Absolutely epic race. You were pushing it so hard. Talk us through the race number 2.
Was really hard. All the race was attack, defense, so 100% concentration, and wow, incredible.
Overall, how have you been enjoying Riga and Bitenik racetrack? This is a crazy track to be in.
Yeah, it's really technical track, and it's really nice. I really like this track. Yeah. I always come here when you do the racing.
All right, Lucas, we'll see you on the top spot of the podium. Well done. Good job. You can now see the team. And of course, we are rounding up the WashCar Riga Summer Race 2025. There's some more champagne to be given out, so along with some cups. And obviously, we've been enjoying. I hope you've been enjoying this as well throughout the whole weekend, delivering you most of the Baltic touring car racing action there possibly can be. So thank you all for watching. Of course, Thomas Wabame did a fantastic job on commentating throughout the 2 days, and me and Artur Svirbulis commentating in the track as well. The whole TV crew did a fantastic job, and of course the drivers and the teams, they were unbelievable. Yes, Mr. DJ Jans Grabowski is also taking care of the sound and the music. He has some more job to do actually at the prize giving ceremony in a few minutes, so let's round this up. Let's get ready for some champagne and cups.
Thank you.